This video is the full version of the series, combining all 5 previously released episodes into one.
In this series, I'd like to take you through the story of an empire that stood for centuries, the Byzantine Empire. We'll explore it in 5 episodes, each about an hour long, told slowly and calmly. If you're ready, let's begin. In the early 4th century, the Roman Empire stood at a crossroads. Emperor Constantine the Great had emerged victorious from civil wars by 324 AD, reuniting the empire under his sole rule. With peace restored, he turned his gaze to the east, into the ancient city of Byzantium on the Bosphorus. Rome, the old capital, had proven unsatisfactory in many practical ways. It lay far from the empire's crucial frontiers, in the increasingly wealthy eastern provinces. The city itself, nestled in central Italy, was distant from the turbulent Danube border and the Persian threat in the east. Rome's venerable streets had also become an arena of political intrigue, and the city suffered from periodic flooding and even malaria in its marshy surroundings. Constantine sought a fresh start in a location that could address these problems while uniting his vast realm. Byzantium offered exactly what the emperor needed. This Greek port city occupied a strategic peninsula straddling Europe and Asia, a true crossroads of trade and culture. Surrounded by water on 3 sides, the Golden Horn Harbor, the Bosphorus Strait, and the Sea of Marmara, it was naturally well defended and could be supplied by sea even in troubled times. From Byzantium, Constantine could respond swiftly to troubles on the Danube frontier in the north, or along the eastern border with Persia. The site lay at the gateway between the Aegean and Black Seas, meaning it controlled the vital maritime trade routes of the region. Caravans and ships from distant lands converged there, bringing silk and spices from the east and grain from Egypt. Constantine realized that a capital at Byzantium would let him tap into the wealth of the eastern provinces and protect the empire's future. It was a calculated political choice. A new capital in the east would solidify Roman power where it was most needed and symbolize the dawn of a unified empire. Having chosen Byzantium, Constantine set in motion an immense project to transform this old provincial town into a world capital worthy of Rome's legacy. Over the span of just a few years, from 324 to 330, Byzantium was reborn as Nova Roma, New Rome, though it would soon be known by the name Constantinople, the city of Constantine. The emperor personally oversaw the city's expansion and design. According to later accounts, he himself walked out the boundaries of the new city, marking a far larger circuit than the old town had encompassed. Indeed, the new Constantinople spread over the prominent hills of the peninsula, echoing Rome's famed 7 hills. To enclose this greater area, workers raised new defensive walls on the landward side, fortifying the city's perimeter against any future siege. A crescent of stout ramparts now guarded Constantinople's only vulnerable approach by land, while the seas and straits around it formed a natural moat. Constantine divided the large city into 14 administrative regions, deliberately mirroring the 14 districts of Rome established by Augustus. In this way, New Rome would be structured like Old Rome from the start. Construction went forward at a breathtaking pace. The emperor was determined to adorn his new capital with all the monuments and amenities an imperial metropolis should possess. Columns, marble blocks, and decorative artworks were hauled in from older cities across the empire to lend splendor to Constantinople's streets. Many of the grand statues and sculptures that graced the city's squares arrived as imperial gifts from places like Athens, Ephesus, and Antioch, giving the new capital a classical beauty and an air of ancient dignity. At the heart of the city, Constantine built a grand new public square, the Forum of Constantine, a circular plaza much like the imperial forums of Rome. At its center rose a monumental column topped by a statue of Constantine himself, dressed as Helios, the sun god, crowned with a radiant halo. This striking monument announced that a new era of imperial glory had begun under Constantine's aegis. Around the forum and along a broad main avenue, the Messe, or Middle Street, rose porticoed walkways, colonnades, and public buildings. A new Senate house was established so that Constantinople would have its own body of senators deliberating under the emperor's eye. Not far away, on a commanding height, the emperor's great palace spread out in a complex of halls, courtyards, and gilded roofs, a luxurious residence from which the affairs of the empire could be directed. Nearby stood the vast hippodrome, an arena able to seat tens of thousands for chariot races and public spectacles. The hippodrome quickly became the social heart of the city, just as the Circus Maximus had been in Rome, allowing the people to assemble and revel in races under the gaze of the ruler. Bathhouses, such as the restored baths of Zeuxippus, offered recreation and hygiene, while fresh water was secured via new cisterns and aqueduct channels. In every direction one could see freshly erected arches, bustling marketplaces, and squares filled with the finest treasures of classical art. What had been a modest Greek town was swiftly transformed into an imperial capital of marble and might. By 330 AD, construction had advanced enough that Constantine was ready to proclaim his new capital to the world. From the outset, Constantine intended his new city not just as a political and commercial hub, but as a shining emblem of his religious vision. As the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity, he wove his faith into Constantinople's very foundation. Unlike old Rome, still dotted with ancient temples to Jupiter, Mars, and countless pagan gods, Constantinople was conceived as a city where the Christian God would be honored above all. The emperor sponsored the building of grand churches to give the city a sacred character from its earliest days. One of the first of these was the Church of the Holy Apostles, built on a high promontory of the city. This was no ordinary church. It was designed as the future mausoleum for Constantine himself and the resting place for saints and martyrs. By planting his own tomb within a church dedicated to the apostles, Constantine symbolically placed himself under the protection of the Christian faith and among the companions of Christ. The new capital, in his eyes, would be a Christian capital, distinct from the old pagan past. Another early foundation was Hagia Irene, Holy Peace, a large basilica that became the city's first cathedral. These churches, with their cross-shaped halls, domes, and altars, proclaimed that Christianity had taken root in the heart of the empire. The skyline of Constantinople soon featured the silhouettes of crosses and church gables, signaling to all that this was a city under Christian guardianship. Indeed, Constantine took steps to ensure that pagan religions would not dominate public life in his new capital. While existing pagan shrines were not immediately destroyed, no grand temples to the old gods were erected by Constantine's order in Constantinople. The traditional civic deities were gradually supplanted by Christian symbols. The ancient altar of Tyche, the Greek goddess of fortune who had personified Byzantium's destiny, was quietly replaced by a symbol of Mary, the Mother of God, or by a personification of Constantinople as a Christian maiden. Such changes set a tone. New Rome would be pious and Christian in character, aligning with Constantine's own embrace of the faith. When Constantinople was officially inaugurated as the new capital, Constantine orchestrated ceremonies that blended Roman imperial pomp with Christian observances. There were feasts, chariot races, and public largesse in the Roman style. But these were accompanied by Christian prayers of thanksgiving and the presence of bishops blessing the city. Later chronicles describe Constantine carrying an icon of Christ or the Virgin Mary at the head of a solemn procession, consecrating the capital to divine protection. In one account, the emperor himself remarked that Christ was the true guide and patron of the new city. Such stories, whether embellished or not, capture the reality that Constantinople was, from the beginning, associated with Christianity's ascendancy. The city was dedicated in the name of God, and many early observers noted that it lacked the multitude of pagan idols that other cities had. Constantinople quickly became a center of Christian activity. It attracted prominent bishops and saints, and within a few decades, it would host councils debating doctrine. All of this had its roots in Constantine's vision of a capital that was not only strategically located and politically fresh, but spiritually renewed. In its first years, Constantinople stood as a tangible sign that the Roman Empire had entered a new Christian age. Constantinople was consciously styled as a New Rome, and in many respects it emulated the grandeur of the old capital on the Tiber. Visitors in the 330s would have recognized familiar elements of Roman civic life transplanted to the shores of the Bosporus. The new city had its own senate and civic magistrates, its forums and colonnaded avenues, and even the same number of regions as Rome. Strolling through Constantinople, one could find echoes of Rome's urban landscape, a great forum bustling with merchants and orators, public baths humming with citizens at leisure, and a hippodrome where roaring crowds cheered charioteers just as they did in Rome's Circus Maximus. The emperor made sure to populate his new capital with the cultural and artistic riches of the classical world, linking it to the heritage of Greece and Rome. In one square, a visitor might see an ancient statue of Athena brought from Athens. In another, a towering monument of the god Apollo, or a heroic emperor of ages past. These imported treasures gave Constantinople an atmosphere of antiquity, as if the spirit of old Rome had been carried eastward and set down in new streets. Ceremonies in the city often deliberately imitated those of Rome. For instance, triumphal processions with Constantine in a golden chariot, or the celebration of the emperor's anniversaries with games and public banquets. By design, New Rome was to feel like a continuation of the Roman tradition, assuring citizens that the empire's glory had simply moved to a new home. Yet for all these similarities, Constantinople was not a mere copy of Rome. It was also a bold departure. The city's orientation and culture marked a significant shift. Latin remained the language of the imperial court and the army, but Greek quickly became the dominant tongue in the marketplaces and council chambers of Constantinople, reflecting its location in the historically Hellenic East. The cosmopolitan populace was a mix of people from Greece, Asia Minor, the Levant, and beyond, giving the city a different social character from old Roman society. Unlike in Rome, where ancient aristocratic families claimed power and influence, Constantinople's elite was largely composed of newer families, military officers, provincial governors, and courtiers whom Constantine had elevated. These people owed their status to imperial favor and were more beholden to the emperor. As a result, the political atmosphere in New Rome was in some ways more straightforward. Power flowed directly from the imperial palace without the complicated dance of senatorial factions that Rome had known. The old institutions were adapted to fit a more centralized, autocratic style of rule suited to Constantine's vision. In the early years, Constantinople even lacked some traditional offices, as a reminder that it was a new creation. But this also meant the city was free from the entrenched bureaucratic corruption that sometimes plagued Rome. The fresh administrative slate allowed Constantine to mold governance in the city to his purposes. The religious landscape of Constantinople differed dramatically from that of Rome. Instead of temples to Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva dominating the skyline, one saw the silhouettes of newly built churches dedicated to Christ, the apostles, and the saints. The city's main sanctuary was not a pagan capital, but a Christian cathedral. This shift had profound symbolic importance. In Rome, the heart of civic life had long been the old temples and the altar of victory in the Senate. In Constantinople, it was the churches and the presence of the cross that set the tone. Constantine's city had been dedicated with Christian rites, and it lacked a Capitolium, a temple to the triad of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, equivalent. Instead, Constantine reportedly installed a relic of the true cross in his palace and promoted the observance of Christian festivals in the city calendar. The old pagan gods were thus sidelined. A statue of Tyche, traditionally the patron goddess of a city's fortune, still existed, but the Tyche of Constantinople was said to hold a cornucopia and a cross, signaling the union of prosperity and Christian faith. It was a stark contrast to the forums of Rome, where pagan altars still stood in Constantine's day. In Constantinople, the message was clear. The empire's new center was looking toward the future and the new religion, rather than back at the pagan past. This blend of old forms and new spirit made the city unique. Constantinople mirrored Rome's physical magnificence and ceremonial pageantry, but it also stood as a symbol of how the empire was changing, becoming more Eastern-oriented, more autocratic in governance, and more Christian in identity. In its first years, Constantinople faced the challenge of becoming a true imperial capital, essentially from scratch. When Constantine dedicated the city in 330, it still lacked some of the fine-grained institutions and social structures that Rome had developed over many centuries. For example, initially the new capital did not yet have a fully developed urban administration. Constantine appointed a governor, proconsul, for the city, but the office of urban prefect, so crucial in Rome, would only be established in Constantinople later on. Likewise, some traditional magistracies and guilds were not immediately present. These gaps highlighted that the new capital was still a work in progress. Building an entire city at breakneck speed also created practical hurdles. The whirlwind of construction had to be coordinated carefully to avoid chaos. Labor and materials were marshaled from across the empire, but shortages and delays were inevitable when raising walls and monuments in just a few years. Certain public services, like extensive aqueducts or a large sewer system, would need to catch up in the years after the founding. Moreover, a freshly built city needed people, citizens to fill the streets, serve in the army, tend the shops, and bring it to life. Constantinople in 330 was grand in appearance, but still somewhat underpopulated and raw. Ensuring a stable food supply for this growing metropolis was another pressing concern. The city's location had many advantages, but feeding a large urban population was a logistical challenge, especially since Constantinople was surrounded by sea on most sides and had little hinterland of its own. All these issues meant that Constantine's bold plan still required careful tending in its infancy. To ensure the city's success, Constantine took bold and imaginative measures. He knew that people were the lifeblood of any capital, so he set out to attract inhabitants from all corners of the empire. The emperor declared that anyone who built a house or established a business in Constantinople would receive certain privileges and even stipends. Wealthy senatorial families were encouraged to take up residence. Constantine offered them estates in the nearby countryside of Thrace and sumptuous palaces within the city walls. For merchants and craftsmen, tax incentives and ready customers awaited in the new capital. Perhaps the most dramatic step was guaranteeing the city's food supply to rival that of Rome. In 332 AD, Constantine announced that Constantinople's residents would receive free distributions of grain, much like the citizens of Rome had long enjoyed. Vast shipments of Egyptian grain were now diverted to the harbors of the Golden Horn. Historical records tell us that by the mid-330s, some 80,000 daily rations of bread were being handed out to the populace from state granaries in Constantinople, an enormous bounty that testified to the emperor's commitment. This grain dole instantly made life in the city more secure and attractive, drawing in masses of immigrants seeking a better life under the imperial hand. At the same time, Constantine stimulated private building by granting land from his estates to anyone willing to construct houses in the city. New neighborhoods thus sprang up, funded by imperial generosity and the ambition of settlers. The emperor also saw to it that entertainment and culture blossomed. He sponsored games, races, and festivals to keep the new Constantinopolitans delighted and proud of their home. Little by little, these efforts paid off. The broad avenues of Constantinople began to fill with the vibrancy of daily life. Traders from Syria hawking their wares in the forums, sailors unloading goods at the docks, senators in flowing togas hurrying to assemblies, and builders still at work expanding the port and walls. Before long, the city's markets were abuzz with commerce and its streets busy with residents who started to call the place home. The harbor quays that had been quiet now saw constant traffic, grain ships from Alexandria, marble-laden barges from the islands, and merchant vessels from the Black Sea all crowding in to feed the growing capital. Workshops and bazaars proliferated under the covered arcades, selling everything from fine silk and spices to everyday pottery. The sounds of many languages, Latin, Greek, Syriac, Coptic, and more, could be heard as the empire's diversity converged on this new urban magnet. By the mid-330s, Constantinople already possessed a lively character and a civic identity that people were beginning to boast of. The early challenges were gradually overcome by Constantine's hands-on stewardship. The city was no longer an empty shell adorned with monuments. It had become a functioning organism. When the emperor rode through the streets, perhaps on his way to the hippodrome or returning from a campaign, he would be greeted by throngs of citizens who had benefited from his vision, a population that now saw itself as belonging to the Queen of Cities, as Constantinople would later be called. There was a sense of triumph in the air. The skeptical voices that once said a new capital could never rival ancient Rome were starting to fall silent. In ceremonial gatherings, orators praised New Rome as the rising glory of the world. By 337 AD, on the eve of Constantine's passing, the city had weathered its initial growing pains and stood as a shining testament to his reign. Constantinople was securely established as the eastern heart of the empire, a bustling and fortified center of power that would only grow in stature in the years ahead. The founding of Constantinople carried immense significance, both for Constantine's contemporaries and for the course of history to come. In Constantine's own time, the rise of this splendid city in the east signified the beginning of a new chapter for the Roman Empire. It was a bold statement that the center of gravity of Roman power had shifted. The traditional capital, Rome, remained venerated, but it was clear that the empire was no longer anchored to the Tiber. To many, this shift was pragmatic. The empire was now being governed from a more central and secure location. To others, especially the growing Christian populace, it was almost providential. Here was a Roman capital where churches, not temples, held pride of place, where a Christian emperor could promote the faith openly and lavishly. For bishops and theologians of the era, Constantinople's creation was a hopeful sign that the Roman state and the Christian church were moving forward hand in hand. Pagan philosophers and old Roman aristocrats, on the other hand, viewed the change with more ambivalence. Some saw it as the end of an era, the sun setting on Rome's primacy. But even they could not deny the practical logic of Constantine's choice. Constantinople's very location, bridging Europe and Asia, symbolized an empire that was embracing its Eastern heritage and connections. Culturally, it promised a fusion of Roman governance with Hellenic art and learning. Politically, it was the emperor's attempt to rejuvenate the empire's administration by distancing it from the old factions and troubles of Rome. In the hearts of the people who moved there, Constantinople stood as a symbol of renewal, a new Rome for a new age, unburdened by the failures and sorrows of the past. Constantinople's establishment also had far-reaching practical effects that would only become fully apparent with time. Strategically, the decision to base the imperial government there proved wise. The eastern provinces, from the Balkans to Egypt, were the richest and most populous parts of the empire in the 4th century. By governing from Constantinople, Constantine and his successors could respond more swiftly to threats along the Danube frontier, the Black Sea coast, or the Persian border. The city's formidable defensive position, ringed by water and later by massive triple walls, would shield the imperial treasury, archives, and army headquarters from the kind of sudden invasions that had occasionally threatened Rome. Indeed, in subsequent centuries, Constantinople stood as the empire's great bastion. When waves of Goths and Huns swept across Europe, they battered at the gates of Constantinople in vain, even as the Western Roman Empire crumbled. In 410 AD, Rome itself was sacked by the Visigoths, an unthinkable calamity in earlier times. Yet, the new Rome endured. It became a safe harbor for Roman statehood, preserving Roman law, state institutions, and classical knowledge through turbulent times. This endurance was very much a consequence of Constantine's foresight in placing the capital where he did. The city also grew into a thriving economic engine. By drawing merchants and resources to the crossroads of trade, Constantinople enriched the imperial treasury. Over the centuries, it amassed wealth that funded armies and fortifications, enabling the Eastern Empire, known to historians as the Byzantine Empire, to survive long after the West fell. In essence, Constantine's choice to found Constantinople ensured that the Roman Empire would have a second life. The city would famously last 1,000 years after Constantine, finally falling only in 1453, an astonishing legacy for a project born in 330. Though Constantine could not have known the details of this future, the groundwork he laid certainly made it possible. In the more immediate sense, by 337 AD, Constantinople had become a living symbol of Constantine's own legacy and vision. The city bore his name, Constantinopolis, City of Constantine, ensuring that his memory would be enshrined in the very map of the world. The citizens who walked its marbled streets each day were beneficiaries of his grand experiment. Many of them had literally been fed, employed, or housed thanks to the emperor's policies. When Constantine fell ill in 337 and prepared to be baptized, fittingly in the waters near his city, it was to Constantinople that he returned in his final days. He died that May, and his body was laid to rest with great honor in the Church of the Holy Apostles, the very church he had built for his tomb. Mourners in the city wept and prayed at the loss of the founder who had given them New Rome. It was a peaceful and reverent passing, unmarred by violence, a contrast to the fate of many earlier Roman emperors. Constantine left behind a stable succession. His sons would take up rule, and a capital imbued with the purpose he had given it. In the streets of Constantinople, life went on calmly after the emperor's death. There were no riots or power struggles in the city. Such was the solidity of the institutions he had planted. Constantinople itself became perhaps the greatest part of Constantine's legacy. Long after his dynasty ended, the city remained the seat of empire. Emperors who never knew Constantine personally still rode through the Golden Gate of Constantinople and felt the aura of his achievement around them. The people continue to celebrate the city's anniversary each year on May 11th with festivities, remembering the extraordinary circumstances of its founding. In this calm and storied beginning, one can imagine the twilight of Constantine's reign in his new capital. Perhaps in the cool evenings, the aging emperor might walk on the palace portico overlooking the bustling hippodrome, or gaze at the sunset gilding the waters around his city. He would see a Constantinople that had grown from dusty construction to a vibrant metropolis, children playing in the squares, traders closing their stalls as lamps were lit along the colonnades, priests chanting vespers in the churches. The scene would have brought a quiet satisfaction to Constantine's heart. He had, against all odds, forged a new Rome that embodied both the old empire's might and the new Christian spirit. The city's lamps reflecting on the Bosporus at nightfall must have seemed to him like stars brought down to earth, a promise that his empire's light would continue to shine in the east, even as dusk fell elsewhere. Constantinople's early years were marked by hope and steady growth, like a strong and youthful tree taking root. In the gentle narrative of those years, one finds no wild drama or mythic miracle, but rather the careful planning and deep conviction of a ruler building for the future. The symbolic and practical implications of establishing New Rome were immense. It showed that the Roman Empire could adapt, relocate, and be reborn. Under the watchful eyes of Constantine the Great, the city of Constantinople began its long life calmly, slowly, and purposefully. This new capital, part mirror of old Rome, part beacon of a changed world, would guard the legacy of Rome and the Christian faith for centuries to come. And so, as the empire's old and new blended under the stars, the foundation was laid for a millennium of history, all resting securely on Constantine's grand and tranquil creation. The old emperor's story came to rest in the gentle summer of 337 AD. Constantine the Great passed away in quiet at his palace after a long reign. In the silence that followed, his three sons, grown men now, met on the plains of Pannonia to arrange the future. They took oaths to share the vast Roman world, each taking a corner. To prevent others from stirring unrest, they quietly removed every other claimant. In this calm reordering, the empire was carved into three parts. Constantius II took the eastern provinces and the new city of Constantinople for himself. Constantine II received the western lands of Britain, Gaul, and Spain. And their youngest brother, Constans, took Italy, the heart of the old empire, along with Africa and parts of the Central Balkans. Each brother set up his own court and administration. In the peaceful months that followed, life continued in the cities and countryside as though nothing had changed. Children still played in the streets and farmers tended their fields. The Roman world felt momentarily whole, even though it was divided. But this calm would soon be tested by the ambitions of men. In the gentle days that followed the division, tensions lay hidden. In 340 AD, Constantine II, the eldest brother, grew restless and set his sights on more. While Constans was busy along the Danube, Constantine II marched his legions into Italy. There, near the city of Aquileia, a sudden ambush caught him by surprise. By evening, the field was silent and tragic. Constantine II had fallen, leaving Constans and Constantius to divide the world between them, but their peace was short-lived. In 350 AD, one of Constance's generals, Magnentius, rose in rebellion in Gaul and proclaimed himself emperor. With swift force, Magnentius drove Constans from power. Constans fled toward Spain, but was caught in the hills and lost his life. By the spring of 351 AD, Constantius II stood alone as emperor, his two brothers gone. Yet unrest still lingered in the wings of the empire. Still another commander, Vetranio, had declared himself emperor along the Danube, and even a distant kinsman named Nepotianus had briefly taken Rome. Constans moved quickly. He persuaded Vetranio to step aside and crushed Nepotianus before he could gather strength. Then Constans finally turned his attention to Magnentius. In great battles fought in 351 and 353 AD, at Mursa and at Mons Seleucus, the imperial forces prevailed. Magnentius was defeated and soon took his own life. Thus, after many turbulent years, the pieces of the Roman world were stitched back together under one ruler again. Now alone on the throne, Constantius II endeavored to heal the empire's wounds.
He was raised a devout Christian by his father, and he wished to bind the realm together under one faith. In practice, he spent his years on the march, winters in Milan, summers in Antioch, tending to the far frontiers. Year after year, he faced the Persians under King Shapur II to the east, beating back their invasions and keeping Syria and Mesopotamia safe. He also led campaigns against barbarians on the Rhine and Danube, warding off Alemanni and Sarmatians to protect Gaul in the Balkans. Constantius seldom sought to conquer new lands. Rather, he kept the borders secure, as a shepherd guards his flock. Alongside these struggles, Constantius carefully shaped the laws and beliefs of the empire. He favored a form of Christianity known today as Arianism, a version of the faith he had learned in his youth, and he repeatedly summoned church councils to try to unite the bishops. From his capital, he issued edicts. He forbade pagan sacrifices and rewarded Christian acts of charity. Life in the cities reflected this change. Many churches were built or enlarged, and some old temples grew quiet. Though his policies were firm, he tempered them with care, for many Romans still honored the ancient gods. He often spoke of unity, hoping that a single creed might bind all the people of the empire into one community. Julian became emperor in 361 AD in a way no one had planned. He had been a quiet scholar among the imperial family, spending much time in study. In 355, he had been made Caesar and sent to Gaul, where he proved a capable and gentle leader. His victories against raiding tribes in Gaul won him popularity with the soldiers. Then, while Constantius II was preparing to confront him, Julian's troops unexpectedly proclaimed him emperor. Soon after, Constantius died suddenly on that journey, and Julian took the throne without a final clash. Julian was different from the men who came before him. A philosopher at heart, he loved the old Roman and Greek ways. Though he had grown up among Christians, he turned to the worship of the ancient gods, believing in their wisdom. He spoke of Jupiter, Apollo, and others as if they still listened from the sky. He carried out these changes calmly and with confidence, as if guided by his own convictions. Once emperor, Julian revived the rituals of old in a gentle but deliberate way. He opened many temples and held festivals that had long been silent. He welcomed back priests of the ancient religion, even sponsoring new sacrifices of grain and wine to the gods.
At the same time, he allowed bishops of Christ to return from exile, believing that open debate would sharpen true belief. He spoke of building a great temple in Jerusalem as well, though that plan met strange obstacles. In all of this he acted with mild determination, not out of cruelty but out of conviction, hoping to weave the old faith back into everyday Roman life. Julian's reign was brief, like the flash of a comet. In 363, he led a campaign across the Euphrates against Persia. There, far from home, fate found him. He was struck down by an arrow in an autumn storm, and soon the army returned to tell the world their emperor was dead. With him passed the state's favor to paganism. The old temples grew silent again, and the people turned once more to the cross. Julian's last moments were quiet and dignified, but history would remember him as the final Roman emperor who openly honored the ancient gods.
After Julian's death, the empire once more aligned under Christian emperors.
In 364 AD, the army chose two brothers to rule, Valentinian I in the west and his younger sibling Valens in the east. Both were Christians, but they worshipped differently. Valentinian followed the Nicene Creed of his grandfather, while Valens continued the Arian faith of the Eastern Church. Valentinian generally protected all religions. He even gave a Christian statue a place in the Great Temple at Rome while outlawing violent magic. Valens, on the other hand, favored his own Arian bishops and banished some Nicene leaders, though he did not seek to punish pagans. Under their governance, churches grew in size and number, and Christianity in its various forms spread widely. Yet the old temples still stood, and in quiet villages ancient traditions were not yet forgotten. In this era, the empire felt like a tapestry of different beliefs, with Christianity dominant but not yet covering every thread. While the empire managed these internal transformations, a great storm gathered beyond its borders. North of the Danube River, the mighty Gothic tribes, now commonly called the Visigoths and Ostrogoths, lived in forests beyond Rome's frontier. In the late 370s, they felt pressure from the warlike Huns, a fierce people pushing them south. In 376 AD, a large group of Goths crossed the Danube into Roman lands seeking safety. The Roman leaders, hoping to use them as allies, foederati, allowed these thousands of Goths to settle in the province of Thrace in return for military service. They were given land to farm and promised food. At first, this arrangement was uneasy but peaceful. Winter came, and in 377, reports of trouble drifted toward the capital. Some Roman officials were cruel. They seized the best food and sold it for profit, leaving little for the settlers. Anger grew quietly in the Gothic camps. By the spring of 378, the Goths, under their chiefs Fritigern and Alaviv, had united in rebellion. They took up arms not far from the city of Adrianople, determined to fight for fair treatment. Emperor Valens, hearing of the revolt, rode quickly from his eastern capital to meet the Goths. In August 378, he faced them on a plain outside Adrianople. The two armies clashed under a hot sun. The conflict was fierce, but the Romans were caught off guard by the Goths' surprise tactics. By the end of the day, the outcome was clear. The Roman line had broken, and Valens was among the fallen. In the dim light that followed, the news spread slowly and dreadfully. The emperor himself was dead. The sky seemed to pause as the empire learned of its misfortune. Adrianople had become one of Rome's darkest hours. The eastern army was shattered, and a beloved emperor lay gone in the dust of battle. In early 379, the eastern throne was empty. The young western emperor Gratian appointed Theodosius, a man of honor and deep faith, to govern the east. Theodosius arrived quietly in Thessalonica that winter. He was tall and thoughtful, and he took the reins, determined to stabilize the troubled empire. His first acts were wise and patient. He negotiated peace with the Goths. In 382, he agreed to settle many of them on Roman land as federates, giving them grain and plowshares in return for service. This brought a lasting peace on the northern frontier. Theodosius proved himself in the west as well. In 394, he marched against a usurper named Eugenius, and with his great general Stilicho, he won a victory at the river Frigidus, reuniting most of the empire. Throughout his reign, he wore the Christian cross and sought guidance from bishops like St. Ambrose in Milan. He was deeply pious and had been baptized, though he favored Nicene Christianity above all else. In 380, after recovering from illness, he issued the famous Edict of Thessalonica. It declared that the Nicene faith was the official religion of the empire. Other Christian beliefs were called heresy, and those refusing the Nicene Creed were no longer protected by law. In 391, Theodosius took a further step against the old traditions. He ordered that all pagan sacrifices be banned and that the ancient temples be closed. Many pagans were startled as the statues of their gods were toppled or left to gather dust. With gentle firmness, he proclaimed that Christ was the one true head of state, and he aimed to see churches flourish in every town. Under his rule, the empire changed in body and soul. It became in law and practice a land of churches more than shrines. Theodosius guided the empire with patience and calm. His reign brought lasting shape to the old Roman world. In every city, life now often centered on the bishop's throne and the days of holy feast. He also strengthened the empire's laws, working to bring peace both within and without. But above all, he hoped his people would live in harmony. At his death in 395 in Milan, the sun set on both his reign and the united empire. He left behind 2 young sons to inherit the future, and thus an era came quietly to its close. When Emperor Theodosius I died in 395, the Roman Empire was formally divided between his 2 sons, Honorius in the west and Arcadius in the east. This marked the beginning of a definitive political separation that had long been developing. The Western Roman Empire, already weakened by internal strife and external pressures, would soon collapse. The Eastern Empire, centered in Constantinople, would endure and evolve into what we now call the Byzantine Empire. In the West, Honorius began his reign under the guardianship of Stilicho, a capable general of Vandal Roman ancestry. Stilicho fought to preserve Roman authority, defeating invading Gothic forces led by Alaric at the Battle of Pollentia in 402. Despite these victories, the empire's stability remained fragile. The imperial court moved from Milan to Ravenna in 402 for better protection, signaling a growing defensiveness in the Western leadership. Stilicho's execution in 408, due to court intrigues and suspicions of disloyalty, left a power vacuum. The Romans in a panic massacred many of their Gothic Federate soldiers, pushing thousands to join Alaric's cause. In 410, Alaric's Visigoths entered and sacked Rome. Though the sack was relatively restrained, it shocked the Roman world. Rome had not fallen to an enemy in over 800 years, and the psychological impact was immense. Meanwhile, the Western Empire's hold on its provinces was weakening. Britain was effectively abandoned around 410. In Gaul and Spain, various Germanic tribes, Visigoths, Franks, Vandals, Suebi, established their own kingdoms. In 439, the Vandals captured Carthage, depriving the empire of its most critical grain supply. Italy itself was threatened repeatedly, and by the mid-5th century, the Western Emperor had little real power. In 455, Rome was sacked again, this time by the Vandals. They looted the city for 2 weeks but refrained from wholesale destruction. Still, the city's treasures were taken and many Romans were carried away as captives. The event further exposed the hollowness of the Western Empire. Elsewhere, Attila the Hun's invasions in the 440s and early 450s brought terror across Gaul and Italy. Although he was turned back after the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451 and a diplomatic meeting with Pope Leo I in 452, The threat underscored the West's vulnerability. After Attila's death in 453, the Hunnic Empire quickly fractured, but by then the Western Roman Empire had little strength left to reassert itself. By the 470s, the Western throne had become a puppet post controlled by barbarian generals. In 476, Odoacer, a Germanic chieftain, deposed the last emperor, the young Romulus Augustulus. Odoacer sent the imperial regalia to the Eastern Emperor in Constantinople, symbolizing the end of the Western Roman Empire. No replacement emperor was appointed in the West, yet while the West collapsed, the East stood firm. Constantinople remained well protected by massive walls and a strong navy. Its location ensured control over key trade routes, and its population remained dense and urbanized. The Eastern Empire retained a functioning bureaucracy, tax system, and military structure.
Under Arcadius and his successors, including Theodosius II and Marcian, the Eastern Empire experienced relative stability. The Theodosian walls, constructed in the early 5th century, rendered Constantinople nearly impregnable. The publication of the Theodosian Code in 438 helped organize imperial law, reinforcing administrative coherence. Religiously, the East took a leading role in Christian doctrinal debates. The Council of Ephesus in 431 and the Council of Chalcedon in 451 helped shape Orthodox Christian theology. Emperors in the East actively involved themselves in ecclesiastical matters, tying imperial authority closely to the Church. Despite occasional revolts and threats, the Eastern Empire's core provinces, Asia Minor, the Balkans, Syria, and Egypt, remained largely intact. These regions provided food, manpower, and wealth. The East also maintained a cautious but mostly stable relationship with the Sassanid Persian Empire to its east. In contrast to the West's disintegration, the East adapted. While it faced internal and external challenges, its centralized administration, economic base, and military discipline allowed it to survive. Over time, the Eastern Roman Empire developed its own distinct identity, gradually becoming less Roman and more Byzantine in language, culture, and governance. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476 was a significant milestone, but it did not mark the end of Roman civilization. In the East, Roman institutions continued. The emperors in Constantinople still considered themselves Roman and maintained traditions of governance and law that dated back centuries. This period, then, is not simply a story of collapse. It is also a story of endurance. While one half of the empire crumbled under pressure, the other half held on, adapted, and prepared to carry the Roman legacy into the medieval world. In 527, a gentle sunrise bathed Constantinople as a new emperor took the throne. Flavius Petrus Sabatius, born of humble parents in the Balkan countryside, had been raised in the capital by his uncle, Emperor Justin. He had received the finest education and military training. Now, as Justin lay dying, his nephew was ready to rule. On a clear April day, Justinian ascended to the purple and was crowned Augustus in the great church of Hagia Sophia, standing hand in hand with his beloved wife, Theodora. He was now the ruler of the Eastern Roman Empire, which many still called Rome. As the new emperor looked out over the marble battlements of Constantinople, he felt the weight of two worlds upon his shoulders, the legacy of ancient Rome and the realities of his own time. The empire he ruled had lost most of its western provinces. In Africa, the Vandals held Carthage. In Italy, the Ostrogoths reigned in Ravenna. Yet Justinian believed those lands still belonged to Rome's heirs. He vowed to reclaim them. At home, he set his household in order as well. He reorganized the government, appointing able men to key posts and outlawing the corrupt sale of offices. He turned to the law, convening a commission of jurists led by the learned Tribonian. Over the next years, 529 to 534, they compiled the scattered laws of Rome into one great code,
the Corpus Juris Civilis, a body of law that would bring order and justice to the empire for ages to come. Beside Justinian throughout all this stood Empress Theodora. Born only a few years after Justinian in the capital, she had risen from a very humble life. Legend said she had once even performed before crowds in the Hippodrome, but her wit and compassion set her apart. As empress, Theodora became a true partner in rule. Justinian often turned to her wise counsel. She fiercely championed the downtrodden. Widows, orphans, and the poor became her charges. In council, she spoke for women's rights. Thanks to her influence, laws were passed to protect women. Young girls could not be forced into prostitution, and mothers were given guardianship rights over their children. She even strengthened the laws so that a woman deserted by her husband would not be left destitute. Theodora's strength balanced Justinian's, and together they ruled as equals, co-emperors in all but name. The bright stability of the capital was shattered in the winter of 532. In the Hippodrome of Constantinople, the thunder of chariot races turned to uproar. The fans of the rival blue and green factions, who usually cheered colorfully at games, suddenly united in fury against the emperor. The words Nika, Nika rang out, at first a cry of victory, but soon a cry of revolt. Over the course of a week, the crowd surged through the streets. Flames rose as rioters set fire to buildings. They destroyed parts of the imperial palace, the Senate house, and even the previous Hagia Sophia. The city trembled in chaos, and by night the skyline was ablaze. Faced with this fury, Justinian felt himself cornered. He even made plans to flee the city for safety. But Empress Theodora, standing beside him in regal purple, would not hear of it. She declared that she would rather die on the throne than live in exile. Death by her husband's side was a nobler fate than abandoning their responsibilities. Her words steeled the emperor's resolve. He ordered his loyal commanders into action.
Among them was Belisarius, a masterful general, trusted since his youth. In a sudden, hushed operation, Justinian's troops moved into the Hippodrome, where the rebels had gathered. The clash was swift and decisive. By dawn, the uprising had been crushed. Many rebels fell in the fighting. The city fell quiet once more. Order had been restored, but Justinian knew the price had been high. In the days after the revolt, Justinian and Theodora surveyed a city in ruin. Ashes and rubble lined the streets of Constantinople, yet from this devastation, the emperor saw a chance for renewal. He called for architects and builders from across the empire. Among all the projects, one stood above the rest: a new church, more glorious than any Christian temple Rome had seen. Over the next few years, workers labored day and night. Great stone blocks were hauled and set. Skilled artisans laid dazzling mosaics of gold and glass. By 537, the great church of Hagia Sophia was complete. Its vast dome, resting on columns and pendentives, seemed to float on air, and sunlight poured in through a ring of windows. Justinian entered the temple with awe, remarking to its architects that they had surpassed even the Temple of Solomon in splendor. This great cathedral stood as a symbol of the renewed glory of Justinian's reign, yet it was only part of his building legacy. All over the capital he had walls repaired, baths built, monasteries established, and a hospital opened. The city glittered with new wonders, monuments to the emperor's vision. While the splendor of Constantinople grew, Justinian did not forget the wider world he claimed for Rome. In 533, just a year after the Nika revolt, the emperor launched a great expedition to the west. A mighty fleet of warships and transports set sail for North Africa. There, the Vandals had ruled for more than a century, from their capital of Carthage. The Vandal king Gelimer had even deposed a pro-Roman ruler and was persecuting the local Christians. Justinian sent his best general, Belisarius, to deal with this threat. The campaign was astonishingly swift. Belisarius landed in August 533, and by the spring of 534,
the Vandals were completely defeated. Carthage fell to the Byzantines, Gelimer fled and surrendered, and the Vandal kingdom vanished. Africa, including Carthage, the islands of Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, and the coast of Tunisia, was restored to Roman rule. Justinian reorganized the province. A new governor was installed, and Roman law was re-established. With Africa secured, the Mediterranean was once again a safer place for Roman ships and trade. Hello, I'm back with episode 2 of the Byzantine Empire series. If you're ready, let's begin. With one victory secured, Justinian next set his sights on Italy, the land of his forefathers. The war there would prove far longer and harder. In 535, Belisarius led Byzantine troops to Sicily. The island quickly fell to imperial forces. In 536, they crossed to mainland Italy. City by city, the Ostrogoths retreated. The proud walls of Rome opened to the Byzantines in triumph. By 540, Ravenna, the Gothic capital, surrendered. King Witigis was taken prisoner, and Rome itself once again had its own imperial governor. But the conflict was not yet over. A new Gothic king, Totila, rallied his people and fought fiercely to reclaim the land. For years, Italy became a battleground as Justinian's armies battled Totila's forces. Justinian had to send more legions. Belisarius was recalled to Constantinople, but Totila won battles in central Italy and even occupied Rome again in 546. Finally, in 552, another of Justinian's great generals, Narses, delivered a crushing blow at the Battle of Tagani. Totila was slain, and the Gothic resistance collapsed. By 554, Italy was recaptured. It returned to Roman rule, though its towns had been devastated and much of its population was gone. The countryside lay quiet and scarred from decades of war. Even as these wars raged in the west, Justinian did not forget the threat in the east. From the moment he sat on the throne, Roman and Persian armies had clashed along the borders of Mesopotamia and Armenia. The Persian Empire under King Khosrow I was a formidable rival. In 532, after Justinian had secured his throne at home, a treaty known as the Eternal Peace was signed with Persia. In return for a heavy tribute of gold and silk, Khosrow agreed to halt the fighting. For 12 years, the eastern border was at peace, allowing Justinian to focus on the west. However, once he was fully engaged in Italy, the Persians renewed their campaigns. They invaded the province of Lazica in the Caucasus and launched raids into Syria and Armenia. Justinian had to send armies back to defend the eastern frontier. Belisarius himself was recalled and led troops in the east once more. In the end, neither side gained a decisive advantage, but the toll was heavy. Frontier cities saw battles, and frontier farms were sometimes raided. Only after Justinian's death in 562 was a 50-year truce agreed, which again required tribute but spared the empire from endless war. By the middle of Justinian's reign, the cost of his grand vision was very clear. The treasury, once overflowing with gold and coin, had grown thin. Wealth flowed out to pay soldiers, build churches, and even to placate foreign kings. To cover these expenses, taxes were collected throughout the empire. Farmers in Egypt, Syria, and Anatolia sent grain and harvest. Merchants in Antioch and Alexandria handed over a share of their goods. Craftsmen from distant provinces delivered coins from their workshops. The people felt the burden, even as Justinian took steps to help them. He built hospitals and opened new state-funded food distributions for those in need. He regulated the price of bread to keep it affordable and punished merchants who hoarded supplies. Still, in 541 a new calamity arrived. A terrible plague swept through the city and countryside. Historians now call it the Plague of Justinian. It spread with terrifying speed. In Constantinople alone, so many fell ill that tens of thousands died. In some provinces, whole villages were emptied. Justinian himself is said to have walked among the sick at dawn, comforting them and ordering prayers in every church. The plague returned again and again in later years, further draining the population and cutting the empire's strength. Fields lay fallow and trade slowed in the quiet fear of contagion. Through all this, Justinian never abandoned his duties. He continued to issue laws and hold council meetings, believing that even such suffering would eventually give way to renewal if God willed it. In matters of faith and theology, Justinian's hand was everywhere. He was a devout Christian who felt that as emperor he was also the guardian of the church. The empire had been Christian for generations, and Justinian made it his duty to guide its future. He forbade any form of pagan worship. In 529, he famously closed the old Academy of Philosophy in Athens, declaring that the era of pagan learning was over. Across the land, he encouraged the building and decoration of churches and monasteries. He convened councils of bishops to seek unity. He wrestled with controversies like the Monophysite dispute, the question of whether Christ had one nature or two, and he strove to heal these divisions. Sometimes he exiled stubborn clerics, other times he sought compromise and issued statements intended to satisfy both sides, though this rarely pleased all. He even enacted laws limiting non-Christian faiths. For example, Jews and Samaritans could not try to convert Christians or hold public office, measures he believed would preserve harmony. Justinian himself spent long hours in prayer. He wrote hymns and sermons, and had sermons read out in the great churches. To many people, he embodied the unity of church and state, a Christian emperor who ruled by divine grace. After nearly 40 years of ruling, Emperor Justinian grew old and weary. His silver beard had thinned, and he moved more slowly along the marble corridors of the palace. Yet his mind remained sharp. He spent his last months poring over legal cases, writing final edicts, and listening to scholars recount the empire's history. On November 14th, 565, surrounded by the purple curtains of the throne room, Justinian quietly took his final breath. The long reign of the emperor who had dreamed of restoring Rome was over. In Constantinople, the bell towers tolled as the news spread. The people remembered the laws he had given them, the peace he had won, and the grandeur he had built in their city. They also remembered the hardships, the costly wars and terrible plague, but in the hush of those days, they honored him as a great emperor who had guided them through storms and calm. His name passed into their prayers and memories with gratitude. In the gentle hush of history after Justinian's death, the story of his reign endured. Parents might tell their children of the emperor who welded law and faith into the heart of the empire. His capital remained known as New Rome, a city whose walls and domes gleamed with his legacy. Even at night, under the calm stars, one could feel the touch of his memory. The great dome of Hagia Sophia stood silent sentinel, watching over the city as it would for 1,000 years. The code of law he had compiled would guide judges far beyond his time. So under that same sky which he once gazed upon from the palace windows, the legacy of Justinian endured as a testament to the enduring spirit of the Roman world. Trial of Justinian's era settled over Constantinople in 565. The great emperor's last years had been marked by grand visions and bitter plagues, and now he was gone. In the hushed days after Justinian's death, courtiers and senators spoke in whispers of the golden age that had passed. The Hagia Sophia's mosaic Christ seemed to watch over the empty throne room, where Justinian's nephew, Justin II, came forward to claim the crown. Justin II and his powerful wife Sophia took their vows before God and man, promising renewal. At first, the new emperor vowed to restore what had been lost. He promised to refill the treasury, to repay debts, and to ease the burden on the people. In the palace, lavish feasts and ceremonies still shone by torchlight, but even as new promises were spoken, trouble was already gathering beyond the walls. Justin II's early acts raised hope, yet they masked deeper woes. He began by repaying the empire's old debts and forgiving tax arrears, as if trying to turn back the clock. He reopened the Senate with tribute and crowned himself consul on New Year's Day, 566, reviving honors long left idle. Byzantine coins still bore his likeness, and soldiers in gold thread tunics marched before him. But these gestures could not hide the empty coffers. The treasury that Justinian had filled and then spent lavishly now lay near bare. As years passed, Justin's generosity gave way to strain. To keep the armies paid, Sophia and Justin dug deeper. In 569, Justin even allowed provincial councils to nominate their own governors, a bid to save the cost of emperor's favorites, and cancelled their appointment fees. Yet this only weakened the central grip. Without a strong hand in distant provinces, local strongmen grew bolder, and the emperor's word held less sway far from the capital. Imperial administrators grew fractious, taxes crept up, and coin shortages appeared. In quiet taverns from Antioch to Athens, people muttered that the seemingly boundless treasury had begun to shrink, even as Justin's palaces still glittered at night. War soon came to prove the emperor's mettle. Justin II chose to stop paying annual gold to old enemies. In 565 he halted the tribute that had long kept the Avars and their allies at bay. At first this gamble seemed harmless. The Avars turned north to raid the Frankish lands instead, but new alliances were brewing. In the shadow of the empire's attention, the nomads to the east were on the move. Justin sent envoys to the Turkic Khans of Central Asia, accepting gifts of silk and horses, and even hinting at an alliance against Persia. This panicked the Persian Shah Khosrow I, who had come to expect his annual protection money. In 572, Khosrow took offense. He mobilized his armies and invaded Roman territories in Syria. Byzantine border forts shuddered under his advance. Soon, the famous frontier stronghold at Dara fell in 573, a blow to Roman pride. The city's walls had been built by Justinian with Byzantine gold, yet they crumbled that winter under fiery Persian catapults. A pall descended on the east. Justin II's health faltered under the strain. According to chroniclers, he began to wander like a troubled ghost through the palace, even behaving wildly at times. In this crisis, it was Empress Sophia who took the reins. She quietly negotiated truces with Khosrow, first buying a 1-year peace for a heavy sum of gold, then a 3-year truce with yearly payments. These deals meant ceding Roman claims in distant Armenia and Iberia, but they held a fragile peace. In Constantinople's stone halls, worn generals and bishops prayed for calm, while distant provinces braced for winter raids. The Persians still menaced on one side, while on the other side other foes gathered. By the Danube and across the Alps, other storms gathered strength. In the late 560s, waves of new invaders surged into lands once securely Roman. To the northwest, the Lombards, a Germanic people, burst through the Alps in 568. They and their warrior King Alboin swept down into Italy, fanning out over the rich plains of the Po. City after city, Roman and Gothic garrisons fell back or capitulated. Only a few strongholds in the walls of Ravenna and Rome remained under Byzantine hand. Far to the north and east, the Avars, riders on powerful steeds, roared across the Danube in 573. They joined with Slavic tribes from beyond the Carpathians. In those years, small villages in Thrace and Macedonia found themselves in the path of roving war bands. Avars set up camps near the Danube, and Slavic piratical raids trickled through the passes. One chronicler notes that by 584, the Slavic menaces even terrorized the suburbs of Constantinople, while Avars laid siege to Thessalonica.
Frontiers frayed. The Roman soldiery, so long honored at the hippodrome, now wore weary looks as they watched new foes encroach. In the northwest, the dragon banner of the empire did not flutter in far-off provinces like Britain or Gaul any longer. And in the east, the once sleepy frontiers met Persia's renewed fury. Amid these external threats, a deadlier menace still lingered in memory. The empire had not forgotten the plague of old. Though the great pestilence first struck in 541, by Justinian's death it had already taken a terrible toll, some said a fifth of Constantinople's people. Even as the new emperor paraded through marble colonnades, there were shadows left by that grim ghost. In field and port, the plague recurred in fits and starts for decades. A stillness seemed to hang. Empty houses in the countryside, orchards overgrown where families died, and an eerie quiet in villages once bustling. The labor shortage grew. Faraway journals speak of harvests failing because too few hands could hoe the fields. When Justin II cut spending on the granaries, famines and famished rats followed. And any rumor of a fresh outbreak, say an autumn fever in the markets of Carthage or Antioch, sent tremors of fear through Constantinople. Court physicians advised the emperor to wear amulets and burn incense, but deep down every Christian feared that no earthly throne could stand against an unseen scourge. This silent specter of sickness was part of the empire's sorrow, even if less visible than arrows or swords. Inside the court, faith and intrigue wove their own trials. The Eastern Roman emperors had always been also defenders of the church, and Justin II was no exception. He sought to continue Justinian's mission of enforcing Chalcedonian orthodoxy, but in troubled times, even religion became a battlefield of words. Debates over doctrine in councils kept tired bishops awake. Monophysite Christians in Syria and Egypt grew restive when imperial edicts fell too hard upon them. In turn, Orthodox leaders demanded loyalty. The great patriarch of Constantinople found his sermons shadowed by threats of schism in the West. All this ecclesiastical strain sapped the emperor's focus, even as he juggled war, diplomacy, and plague. Administrative disorder added to the turmoil. Corrupt officials often fled to distant villages, skimming taxes, while powerful landowners built private castles that flaunted imperial rule. The empire's intricate bureaucracy groaned, papers smuggled with bribes, and civil servants grumbled in the corridors of marble. Amid it all, Sophia worked tirelessly to keep the capital running, but in distant provinces, the sense of abandonment grew. The sacred and the secular both seemed in conflict. Efforts to heal the soul were hampered by a body politic that was itself ill. By 574, Justin II admitted he could no longer govern. He adopted the popular general Tiberius, a calm, pragmatic leader, as his son and Caesar. Tiberius was crowned co-emperor, and he would guide the empire in Justin's stead. For 4 more years Justin lingered, giving one last speech from his bed. He confessed pride and excess, warned against revenge, and urged his people to love their fortunes and relieve the necessities of the poor. His words were heavy with guilt and weariness. A week after making Tiberius Augustus, Justin II died in late 578. Thus ended the short, troubled reign of the new emperor,
and Tiberius became sole emperor, with Sophia as a formidable co-regent. Tiberius II Constantine faced the crumbling inheritance of Justin. He immediately renewed tribute payments to the Avars. As a sorely pragmatic measure, the Avars had been laying siege to the lost city of Sirmium, and paying them 80,000 gold coins brought a temporary peace. Yet as soon as an opportunity arose, he did have to yield the fortress itself. In 582, Sirmium finally fell to the Avars. To the north, Slavic bands poured unchecked into Thessaly, the Peloponnese, and Illyricum. The fields of southern Greece bore strange names of the newcomers. Nor would Persia rest. In 579, Shah Khosrow I had died, and his successor, Hormizd IV, returned to war. Tiberius fought on, shoring up frontiers but also fighting battles in the east, alongside his new general, Maurice. The war was costly, and kept senior officers tied up for years. Through it all, Tiberius strove to calm the realm. In early 582, feeling his own days were short, he named Maurice, his loyal Cappadocian son-in-law, as his heir and co-emperor. One day later, on August 14, 582, Tiberius II died. Maurice now wore the diadem. He was 50 years old, gray-haired, and grave. His reign would be the empire's last long hope before ruin. Maurice had been a commander of the eastern armies. He knew well that Persia was no longer at its prime. Now he threw all his energy at the Sassanid War. In 588 he achieved a breakthrough by allying with a Persian general named Bahram Shobin, who rebelled against Hormizd IV. Maurice marched boldly into Armenia and Mesopotamia. By a brilliant winter campaign, he forced the Persian king to sue for peace. In 591, after a decisive battle, Khusro II knelt at Maurice's feet, the first Persian king to do homage to a Roman in centuries. The peace treaty of 591 was a triumph. Byzantium regained back much of Armenia and Caucasian Iberia, and most critically, no longer had to pay tribute to Persia. The eastern frontier was at last secure, at least for the moment. With the eastern threat held at bay, Maurice turned all his attention homeward. The Balkans, he judged, must be pacified. In 599 and 600 his generals crossed the Danube River, something no Roman emperor had dared since antiquity, to chase the Avars and Slavs out of the imperial provinces. At long last, the imperial flag flew once more north of the Danube. Avars were driven back over the river, Slav villages were cleared, Thrace and Macedonia saw rebuilding as towns rebuilt walls and farmland was repopulated. Maurice even settled some Armenian colonists in depopulated Balkan lands. In Italy, Maurice created a new kind of provincial rule. He established the Exarchate of Italy in 584, with its seat at Ravenna, giving a local ruler combined civil and military power to face the Lombards. In the same spirit, after quelling a local revolt, he set up an Exarchate of Africa in 591 to reunify Roman Africa under one governor-general. These new exarchs were intended to act like viceroys and to keep far-flung provinces from spinning away, and Constantinople wavered. And yet none of these victories came without a heavy cost. The empire's treasury bled gold to fund these wars. Maurice's austerity measures became strict. Once grand banquets in the great palace became simpler affairs. He forbade the soldiers from plundering Christian lands, But in return, he squeezed the state budget until many felt starved of funds. Heavy taxes fell especially on farmers and city merchants. It was said that Maurice himself would rise from bed at dawn, advise counsel for hours in silence, and then inspect latrines or public latitudes to see if costs could be cut. In the camps, the men murmured. Each military victory meant one more campaign, one more march, and fewer luxuries at home. Meanwhile, religious discord still unsettled parts of the empire. Maurice kept Orthodox Chalcedonian bishops in power, but in places like Syria, people remembered bold monastic missionaries teaching subtle Christologies. The emperor often had to intervene to protect holy shrines from mob violence or greedy governors. These administrative cares weighed on him as heavily as the plagues of old, yet through all this, Maurice strove to rule justly. He tried to reform the system. In 584, he formally created the office of exarch, giving those distant governors full authority. He pressured senatorial nobles who kept private armies, and he limited how long soldiers could serve. But history shows that it was not enough to simply fight on all fronts. The very fabric of imperial society was thinning. By the winter of 602, the empire showed deep fatigue. In November that year, Maurice believed he had done the right thing. He ordered his legions, weary from decades of campaigns, to winter on the far side of the Danube in Sclavini territory. He hoped to press the advantage against the Slavs. But the soldiers, trudging through snow and hunger, snapped. On November 22nd, somewhere near a place called Singadunum, Belgrade, the Danubian army rebelled. A soldier named Phocas, a veteran centurion with a wild beard and eyes full of fury, was proclaimed emperor by the mutineers. Phocas the Thracian took the title with discontent coursing through the ranks. In just days, he led the rebel army south. Word of rebellion flew over land and sea. Monks in the desert, traders in Syracuse, all heard that Rome's legions had thrown down their banners. Thousands of miles away in the great city, people stood frozen as Phocas's black-clad troops climbed the Golden Horn by the week's end. The prefects had no armies to stop them. On November 27, 602, Maurice tried to flee across the Bosporus, but he was captured. He was carried to Chalcedon, and in a dark and shabby harbor, the last of the Justinianic line met a grim fate. The new emperor Phocas is said to have had Maurice and his sons executed, a gruesome end that swept away an entire dynasty in hours. The palace cooled under Phocas's reign. His ascent had been bloody, and he seemed to rule by terror. City officials and former generals were purged. Even patriarchs and senators lived in fear of denunciation. Across the villages that once paid tribute gladly to Justinian's treasury, whispers now spread of revolt. In the provinces, some governors considered setting up their own bold pretenders, since Phocas's rule seemed tyrannical. At sea, pirates sensed the empire's weakness and raided farms along the Levantine coasts. Phocas gave little relief. He was said to gorge on wine with crude laughter, a stark contrast to Maurice's stern discipline. In Constantinople's grand hippodrome, chariot races still charmed crowds, but under the blankets of night more people lay sleepless. The city's faith in divine protection wavered, as many reasoned that God must be testing them after the decade of suffering. By the year 610, the Byzantine world had changed profoundly. The first half of the 7th century was opening on a dark note. The old equilibrium of the world was gone. The mighty eagle standard of Byzantium, once so proud, now looked battered under new storms. The losses of men to war and plague, of land to invaders, and of trust in rulers had added up. Merchant galleys dared not sail far from friendly harbors. Peasant families, living in once quiet villages, kept a wary eye on the horizon for any thunder. Even the church's most fervent prayers were mixed with resignation. Through all this, however, a quiet truth endured. History does not end. Though the light was dim, A sliver of hope remained for the morning. The Balkan woods still whispered to attentive ears that better leaders might come. Constantinople's lamps were kept lit, and wise old men told stories to children at night. They spoke gently of how the empire, though now beset, had survived millennia. This chapter of plague and war was closing, and a new, uncertain chapter was about to begin. Under that ancient symbol of Rome, the purple thread of endurance held on even as the tapestry of an old era frayed. In the silence of a long Byzantine night, the empire's story awaited its next dawn. In the autumn of 610, a new emperor ascended the throne of the Eastern Roman Empire. Heraclius, a strong and determined general, had led a revolt against the brutal Emperor Phocas. He sailed from Africa with an army and fleet provided by his father and powerful supporters, cutting off the grain supply to Constantinople to force the city's garrison to take his side. When he arrived outside the great walls, troops and citizens opened the gates eager for change. In the quiet morning light of 5th October, Heraclius was crowned in the ancient chapel of Constantinople's palace, bringing hope that the empire might yet recover from years of turmoil.
Heraclius found himself ruler of an empire beset on all sides. To the north, the Slavic and Avar tribes pressed into the Balkans. To the east, the powerful Sassanid Persians had already conquered Syria, Palestine, and even Jerusalem, carrying off the Christian relic known as the True Cross. Egypt was under threat as well. The new emperor calmly surveyed these dangers. He resolved to save his empire by hard work, steady resolve, and reform. He soon set about reorganizing the administration and army. Heraclius was practical. He cracked down on corruption, fining officials and even drawing on the church treasury to fund his armies. Money was scarce after years of misrule, so coins were debased and taxes raised, but in spite of hardships, people supported him because they saw he was honest and sacrificial. He reformed the army's recruitment, blending peasants and noble heavy cavalry to make each soldier a farmer soldier who would defend his own land. In a bold symbolic act, he even replaced Latin with Greek in official documents, speaking the language of most of his people. This change of tongues quietly shifted the character of the empire, though for the moment the crisis of war held his full attention. Year by year, Heraclius prepared his legions. In 622, as Persian forces threatened to cross Anatolia, he marched his troops into Asia Minor at the ancient battlefield of Issus, refreshing a memory of Alexander's victories. He trained and led his men in mountain campaigns through Cappadocia and Armenia. In 626, while Heraclius himself was campaigning in Armenia, a great coalition of Persians and Avars besieged Constantinople. On the walls the defenders stood firm, and the Persian fleet on the Bosporus was turned back by storms and Byzantines together. Constantinople survived, and when the siege lifted, Heraclius returned with his army. That return heralded a reversal of fortune. In late 627, Heraclius led his army deep into Mesopotamia, routing the Persian forces at Nineveh. In the snowy plains near the Tigris River, he won a hard-fought victory, and soon after he chased the fleeing Persian king Khosrow II back to his capital at Ctesiphon. Khosrow was overthrown by his own son, and in 628 a peace was arranged. The new Persian ruler Kavad II sued for peace, and as a generous gesture sent the true cross back to Heraclius.
In a calm spring of 629 or 630, the emperor entered Jerusalem on foot, the venerable relic carried before him. There was no fanfare or sword drawn, only quiet thanksgiving. The cross was restored to its chapel, and Heraclius prayed. He had become a hero to many Christians for this act, even hailed in the West as a first crusader. But he knew well that this triumph was bittersweet. The long war with Persia had drained the empire's wealth and people. Rich eastern provinces lay devastated or had changed allegiance during the war. The cost of decades of fighting was paid by the humble. farmers and clergy alike, and the treasury was nearly empty. After the Persian threat ended, Heraclius tried to give his war-weary empire a chance to breathe. He toured provinces, built aqueducts and churches, and solidified alliances in the Balkans to keep peace there. He even exchanged letters with the new tribes north of the Danube to calm raids. Yet as he labored to heal his lands, a new challenge quietly arose beyond the deserts of Arabia. While Heraclius prayed with the patriarchs, far to the south the Arabian tribes had united under the banner of Islam. The Prophet Muhammad had died in 632, but the flame of his teaching burned brighter, and the caliphs who succeeded him were determined. By the time Heraclius learned of it, Arab armies were moving outside Byzantine borders. At first there were only skirmishes on the edges, a clash at Muta in 629, an empty march to Tabuk in 630, events that may have seemed distant. The emperor had peace with Persia and little reason to fear the desert people, but the wars had taught him humility and caution. In 634, reports grew urgent. A large Muslim army had crossed from Arabia into Syria. Heraclius, already in his late 50s, was said to be ill at this time and could not ride to command his legions. Instead, he gathered his remaining generals and Byzantine allies and sent them to meet the invaders. In the plains of southern Syria, the two forces met at Ajnadain. Though brave, the imperial army was outnumbered, and the army's spirit was not what it once was. In that summer battle, the Byzantines were overwhelmed and forced back. It was a sign. The East was rising to the challenge. The news troubled Heraclius deeply. He redoubled efforts, raising fresh levies and sending envoys to distant lands seeking aid. Yet the social fabric of Syria and Palestine had changed over the years of war. Many local people, weary of taxes and heavy-handed governors, did not fear the coming tide.
Some Christians and Jews even opened their cities to the Arabs, seeing them as a new force for stability. From Antioch to Jerusalem, old loyalties and old grudges made resistance less certain than it had been. Heraclius himself watched these events from afar, once more at Constantinople. In 636, he resolved to strike a major blow to save Syria. His brother Theodore, a competent general, gathered the best troops of the east near the Yarmouk River. There, between cliffs and wide plains, on an open field on August's scorch, the decisive battle was joined. Under a blazing sky, Byzantine swords clashed with Arab spears. The Muslims, led by Khalid ibn al-Walid, advanced carefully. Over many hours, the Byzantines attacked hard, but slowly their lines began to break. As night fell, the terrible truth became clear. The Byzantines were defeated. Their field armies were shattered, and the open road to Syria lay before the victors. When the news of Yarmouk reached the emperor, he did not raise armies again in the field. Instead, he saw what needed doing to save what remained. Syria and the Levant were lost, save for the kingdom around Constantinople itself, but the walls of the capital still stood, and beyond them Anatolia's plateaus still held Greek-speaking provinces. Heraclius recalled his forces to the safety of Anatolia and the fortified coastal cities. He attempted diplomatic truces to buy time. A brief peace was made in Palestine, and Egypt offered to pay tribute if left in peace, but these measures were only temporary. In Antioch and Damascus and Jerusalem, conquered cities fell, one by one. In Jerusalem in 637,
the Patriarch Sophronius, a beloved leader of the church, surrendered the city to the Caliph Umar in person, an event remembered by a pact that guaranteed Christians would be safe in the city thereafter. It was a sorrowful sight for Heraclius. The cradle of Christianity was now under the new Muslim rule. To the south lay Egypt, the empire's great breadbasket. In 639, the Arab general Amr ibn al-As crossed from Palestine into Egypt. He found defenders still optimistic. The heritage of Alexander and Caesar did not give way easily. But the Byzantine forces in Egypt were small and disheartened after so many lost lands. Year by year, city by city, the invaders advanced. Alexandria, the jewel of the Mediterranean, withstood sieges, but finally fell in 642, just after Heraclius's death. When Alexandria's walls opened, a single prostrate emperor still ruled from Constantinople over a vastly reduced empire. Meanwhile, even on surviving lands, problems grew at home. The economy, already strained, was now crippled. The silver flowing in from farms had been cut off. Taxes soared on the remaining provinces. Officials struggled to feed soldiers and citizens alike. A new plague arrived from the east around 639 to 640, striking many across Syria and Anatolia with fever and weakness. Some cities lost a quarter of their people. Fields went untilled and markets faint. In Constantinople, people whispered that heaven was angry at the empire's disunity.
Indeed, division was something Heraclius knew too well. The Christian church itself was torn. For years he had watched arguments between the Chalcedonian church, the official faith of Constantinople, and the Monophysite and Miaphysite churches of Egypt and Syria. He felt that internal discord made the empire weak. In quiet council with bishops he urged a compromise. Perhaps Christ could be understood in a way both sides could accept, emphasizing one divine will instead of two. At his behest, a doctrine called monothelitism was proposed, but this attempt at unity only angered many Orthodox leaders, who saw it as altering the faith. Miaphysite theologians of Egypt and Syria also rejected it, feeling betrayed that their own voice was not the true Christian teaching. The question became a wedge rather than a bridge, and shortly after Heraclius's death, the whole compromise was discarded. Yet it showed his intent. He was a man who tried to heal division, even if the results were sad. Heraclius's family life was not easy either. His first wife, the gentle Eudokia, died young, and as emperor he married again his niece Martina, a union that angered many as taboo. This marriage gave him some more sons, but fate was cruel. 3 of his elder sons died of fever before him, and by 641 only one grown son, Constantine, Heraclius's co-emperor, remained in his palace. Martina herself was unpopular, and was blamed for misfortune, but the emperor remained devoted to her. In the end, after 30 years on the throne, the old emperor grew ill. In late 640 he could no longer attend the council or ride out to see the sea. He felt the burden of age and grief. On 11 February 641, with Martinian by his side, Heraclius passed away quietly in the palace. He was 65 years old. The toll of war, fasting, and hardship had finally claimed him. Heraclius's death left the empire in a precarious state. The lands he had taken back from Persia were gone again. The horizon of Byzantium now closed to the hills of Cappadocia and the Sea of Marmara. Syria and Palestine were in Muslim hands. Egypt would follow swiftly, and the empire was reduced to its Balkan and Anatolian heartlands. Constantinople itself stood richer in faith but poorer in wealth. It had 3/4 less revenue without those far provinces. Yet history has remembered Heraclius with awe. He was the emperor who carried the empire into battle like no ruler since the days of Augustus. For 2 decades he had personally led his armies into the field, fighting Persians in the mountains
and seeking out peace among the strife. When he arrived home in triumph from Mesopotamia, the people of Constantinople rejoiced at their Savior. The true cross in his hands became an image of hope to Christians for generations. He even spoke to the Croats and Serbs of the north in peaceful accord, inviting them into the Christian world. In a quiet way, he also laid foundations that would save Byzantium. He spoke Greek to his people in the courts instead of Latin, and he settled soldiers on farms in Asia Minor to defend the land. Early seeds of the later theme system that would keep the empire alive. Byzantine historians compare his early years and his last days. Some wrote that in the dawn of his reign he was a warrior and savior, while in its twilight he seemed wearied and withdrawn. It is true that Heraclius's last years were marked by sorrow and setbacks. His great victories, like jewels, were overshadowed by calamity as the eastern provinces fell to a new power. Yet even in failure, he held fast to duty, reorganizing what remained and teaching the next generation of emperors hard lessons. When the Bulgars and Muslims knocked at Constantinople in later centuries, it was a world Heraclius had helped shape that withstood them. As the children of Constantinople drifted to sleep in the generations after, they learned of the emperor in flowing tales, how he rose from Africa, how he returned the true cross, how he fought in the East. They would be lulled by the image of his worn smile after each victory, or the gentle solemnity of him praying in the Hagia Sophia for peace. Through all turmoil, his calm courage became part of their dreams. In the quiet after his death, Heraclius passed the imperial mantle to his son Constantine and grandson Heraclonus, knowing the empire needed even stronger courage than he could give. He left behind an empire transformed, a complicated legacy, a warrior at its heart, a man of faith in trying times, and a ruler whose life and labors would echo through the ages of Byzantium. In the mid-7th century, the Byzantine world lay battered and diminished. The empire had lost much of its eastern granaries and cities to the advancing Arab armies, and the Balkan provinces teetered on the brink under Avar and Slav incursions. In response, the Byzantine state quietly began to transform itself from within. Peace and warfare alike took on a calm determination as the imperial government reorganized its remaining heartland into a network of provinces called themes.
In this new system, each theme combined civil administration with military command. A general, strategos, governed a district and also led its soldiers. Able-bodied men and their families were settled on allotments of land, farming fields in return for military service. This arrangement tethered soldiers to the soil and the people they defended. Instead of distant mercenary armies, the empire now relied on local soldier farmers who could mobilize quickly when danger approached. In effect, the themes turned Asia Minor and the most secure Balkan regions into a series of self-sufficient, fortified communities, a slow and steady defense tactic to withstand the storms of the age. The theme system did not spring into being overnight, but it was born of necessity during Emperor Constans II's long reign, 641 to 668. Constans II inherited the ruins of his grandfather Heraclius's empire. Almost immediately, Egypt and Syria slipped away under the onslaught of the Rashidun Caliphate. These were regions rich in grain and manpower, and their loss threatened famine and weakness at home. At the same time, new Arab fleets began to challenge Byzantine naval power. In the 640s and 650s, small Arab squadrons raided Constantinople's islands and coasts. They sacked Cyprus and Rhodes, and even struck as far as Crete. Constans II responded by trying to rebuild the Byzantine navy. He supervised the construction of new warships and personally led fleets into battle. In 655, he met the Muslim fleet at the Battle of the Masts off southern Anatolia. It was a desperate clash in which the emperor himself nearly perished. Although the imperial fleet was shattered, Byzantine resolve remained unbroken. Meanwhile, Constans took other measures to keep the state alive. He transplanted some of the rebellious Slavic peoples from the Balkans into Asia Minor as military settlers. He secured temporary truces with the Muslim caliphs when fighting in the east became too exhausting. And at home, he tightened control of the church to maintain unity, issuing an edict in 648, later called the Type of Constans, forbidding further debate on the faith in order to quell internal divisions. In fact, religious disputes erupted in Rome when Pope Martin I dared to condemn the imperial policy of compromise. Constans replied by sending troops to seize the Pope and bring him to Constantinople, a harsh reminder of imperial authority. His rule was strenuous and heavy with upheaval, but it held the empire together through sheer endurance. Toward the end of his reign, seeing Constantinople too vulnerable, Constans even shifted his court westward to Sicily. From Syracuse he hoped to safeguard Italy and the seas, though this move left the eastern provinces to rely ever more on their own local defenses. In these dark decades, Constantinople itself faced direct threat. For the first time in centuries, a great Arab army and fleet laid siege to the city.
This crisis fell in the early reign of Constan's son, Constantine IV, Emperor 668 to 685. When the young emperor took the throne in 668, he immediately confronted both internal revolt and the looming danger from the caliphate. Early Arab armies had established footholds along the Marmara coast and even wintered near Chalcedon, across the strait from the capital. In response, Constantine IV and his advisors quietly worked to strengthen the city's defenses. They repaired the great walls that ringed Constantinople and prepared a new secret weapon, a flammable compound that could be sprayed from ships' tubes onto the enemy, a substance later known as Greek fire. When the Arab siege began in force around 674, the empire braced. The siege would drag on for several years. Arab armies and ships came in waves to break the city, but each time they encountered stubborn resistance. By day, the massive Theodosian walls and stout towers of the city stood unbreached. By night, the defenders' torches and new incendiary oils set the invaders' ships aflame. Famine and disease afflicted the besiegers far more than those behind the walls. In 678, the Arabs finally lifted the blockade and turned back. Constantinople had survived by its giant walls, by the skill of its soldiers, and by the ingenuity of its engineers. This success brought a moment of relief to the empire. These years of warfare also brought further adaptations. The loss of so many provinces meant that the Byzantines had to make do with far less territory and resources than before. Food supplies from Egypt and North Africa were gone, so grain had to be produced anew closer to home. In Asia Minor, for example, formerly idle or abandoned lands were opened up, and soldiers' families tilled fields under military supervision. The remaining cities and fortresses were strengthened and garrisoned by the local theme troops. Maritime trade took on more importance. The empire maintained a navy to protect the Aegean and Black Sea coasts. Diplomacy and treaties also helped. After Constantine IV repelled the Arab siege, he negotiated a peace with Caliph Muawiyah that secured tribute and a temporary truce along the eastern frontier. In effect,
Byzantium adapted to a new strategic survival mode. Each theme district became its own small community of defense, almost like a self-contained farm town that could rapidly muster for war when needed. While all of this reorganization lacked the grandeur of earlier imperial conquests, it quietly preserved what remained of the empire. As the state weathered its external storms, it also navigated intense religious turmoil. The controversy over monothelitism, the question of whether Christ had one will or two, had been brewing for decades. Emperors had tried to use this theological debate as a way to reconcile rival Christian factions. Constans II, for example, tried to freeze the argument in 648 to keep Catholics and Monophysites from tearing the empire apart. But forbidding the debate only pushed it underground. When Constantine IV became emperor, he took a decisive step to end the controversy. In 680 to 681, he convened a great council at Constantinople, the Sixth Ecumenical Council, where church leaders from east and west met. There, the monothelic doctrine was formally condemned, and the traditional teaching of two wills in Christ, divine and human, was upheld. With the council's final decrees, one of the long-standing intellectual rifts in the empire was closed. This religious unity helped stabilize society at a time when foreign enemies already provoked fear. Constantine IV's age thus saw both the repulsion of an external siege and the healing of an internal dispute. After decades of near-constant crisis, there was at last a measure of peace and stability, enough that Byzantium could catch its breath and look ahead. Even as stability slowly returned under Constantine IV, troubles bubbled beneath the surface. When Constantine died in 685, his son Justinian II succeeded at a tender age. Justinian II was energetic and ambitious, determined to restore the glory of his namesake Justinian I. He continued to reform the themes, creating a new one in southern Greece, the theme of Hellas, and giving high rank to the commanders of the major Anatolian themes. He took steps to settle and arm defeated peoples too, rebuilding forces by settling some Slavic captives in Thrace and moving others into Anatolia. At first his reign saw some victories, peace treaties and truces with the caliphate that brought money and respite, and successes in the Balkans where he defeated Slavic tribes and even resettled tens of thousands in the eastern provinces as soldiers. Yet Justinian's rule was also marked by harshness. His heavy taxes and ambitious public works strained the countryside, and he faced resistance from both church figures and land-owning nobles. The very social order of the themes, the free soldier farmers he sought to protect, also clashed with the powerful aristocracy, who wanted to buy up those lands. These tensions, combined with his own fierce temperament, fueled dissent. In 695, a great turning point came. The strategos of the Hellas theme, a general named Leontius, leveraged the people's discontent into rebellion. The armies of the themes rose up and proclaimed Leontius emperor. Within that year, Justinian II was overthrown, his nose cruelly cut off to prevent his return, and he was sent into exile. Once again, the theme system's governors and soldiers had demonstrated their power. A Western Greek theme had ousted an emperor. Over the next few years, two more usurpers would rise and fall, with the imperial throne changing hands among generals and short-lived emperors. The third episode on the Byzantine Empire will be out very soon. See you then. Welcome to episode 3 of the Byzantine Empire series. Let's continue the journey.
Yet Justinian II did not abandon his plans. In exile in the Crimea and later with the Khazars, he regrouped. He even married the sister of the Khazar Khan, reinforcing his alliances. In 705, he returned with an army of Bulgarian and Slav mercenaries. Moving stealthily through the city's hidden drains, he won back Constantinople. Cruelly, he executed his rival emperors and their supporters, firmly re-establishing his rule. In those years, he showed himself again energetic. He renewed campaigns in the Balkans and Anatolia. However, by then the empire was stretched dangerously thin. His putative campaigns included even sending raiders to Italy, but in the east, the Arab Caliphate began to press hard again, reclaiming parts of Asia Minor. Warfare returned. Justinian II took his armies to fight the Bulgars and to reinforce his border armies in Asia, but he also turned on Christian cities like Ravenna to reassert control over church affairs, showing that even in doctrinal issues he was heavy-handed. By 711, discontent in the army had grown again. Once more a revolt erupted in the Themes. This time, even the soldiers in Constantinople joined a march against him. In November 711, Justinian II was captured and executed, ending his turbulent rule. The Byzantine throne would soon pass through a few more hands, but the Theme armies had made clear. Emperors lived or died at the behest of the soldiers they needed to survive. Through all these decades of catastrophe and chaos, one reality stood firm: the Theme system. It was the core of the empire's endurance. By dispersing military power regionally and binding soldiers to the land, the empire ensured that no single disaster could leave it completely helpless. Each new theme, each fortified frontier town, each village where a soldier farmer toiled was a small bastion against collapse. When the capital was besieged, it was those local troops and their cunning weapons who held the line. When usurpers threatened the throne, it was the Theme generals and soldiers who could make or break an emperor. And even in times of peace, the Themes managed agriculture, collected taxes, and kept watch on borders, maintaining a rhythm of life at home that matched the long march of history. As Chapter 7 draws to a close on the eve of Leo III's reign, we glimpse the fruits of these survival tactics. The empire by 717 was much smaller than it had been in 600, but it still stood in the world. The upheavals of the previous 70 years had been immense, yet Byzantium endured where so many others fell. Its secret lay not in conquest now, but in quiet resilience. In the stillness of dawn over Anatolian hills, or the routine mustering of a Theme's levy, the empire's strength was reborn every day. Through slow rebuilding of institutions, careful diplomacy, and the unwavering loyalty of the thematic armies, Byzantium preserved its integrity through the storm. The tale of this age is not one of bold expansion, but of steadfast survival. The Byzantines held fast under pressure, guiding their battered ship of state through dark waters until calmer seas lay ahead. In the early morning light of the year 717, the great city of Constantinople stirred beneath its ancient walls. A new emperor had just arrived, Leo, a soldier of Syrian birth who had risen to power in the Anatolic army. The empire he ruled was battered and frightened. In every direction, enemies had taken provinces. Beyond the wall to the east, Arab armies held the rich fields of Syria and Egypt. To the west, restless Lombards and Slavs pressed toward the Balkans and Italy. Constantinople itself still stood, the queen of cities, her domes and basilicas gilded with the first rays of dawn. But even in this majestic capital, there was an anxious hush. Word had arrived of a vast Arab army and fleet moving toward the city's walls. The new emperor, who would come to be called Leo the Isaurian,
knew that the very survival of Byzantium depended on what would happen in the months to come. Leo's first act as emperor was to prepare the city for a siege. He strengthened the ancient sea walls along the Golden Horn, appointed commanders for the navy, and stockpiled food and weapons. An alliance was quickly arranged with Tervel, the Bulgar Khan to the north. Khan Tervel's warriors would attack the rear of any invaders. On a summer day, the Arab army and fleet arrived at Constantinople, intending to take the city by storm. They built a double line of forts on the land side and blockaded the sea walls with their ships. For nearly a year, from July 717 into the cold winter of 718, Leo and his subjects held firm. The defenders threw Greek fire onto the enemy fleet, driving the ships back. The citizens and soldiers endured famine and cold, but help arrived. Strange stories were told of storms wrecking the Arab ships, and a volcano in the Aegean burning bright with fire, likely Mount Thera erupting. Finally, the Arab forces broke and fled. The city had been saved. In those tense months, Leo's calm leadership and the unity of the people under his command had turned back a mighty foe. After the victory, the city celebrated with lavish festivals. Statues of saints and emperors gleamed in the sunlight. Processions wound through the marble squares, and churches echoed with hymns of thanksgiving. The people breathed easier, confident that God's favor had returned. Emperor Leo, however, saw not just triumph, but signs and omens. In the previous decade, Byzantine armies had suffered crushing defeats and lost ancient holy lands.
In his mind, those losses were warnings. Perhaps the empire had fallen into error and must atone. The emperor turned inward, focusing on the empire's laws, finances, and faith. One of Leo's first reforms was legal. In 726, some records say 741, he issued the Ecloga, a new law code to replace the older Roman statutes. These laws were influenced by Christian teaching. Many crimes that once brought death now brought mutilation instead, considered more merciful under Christian humility. The Ecloga would guide Byzantine justice for centuries to come, translated into other languages as far away as Armenia and the Slavic lands. Leo also took a careful look at the tax system and the far-flung provinces. He organized the themes more strictly, arranging the army to be supplied from its own local lands, which helped tie soldiers' loyalty to their homelands. He fought against corruption among tax collectors and tried to refill the empty granaries with new harvests and trade. In fact, for all the turmoil of his time, Leo quietly left behind records of an empire that slowly became more stable. The fields in Asia Minor were settled with people from the east, the harvest grew, and coins of gold and silver started to circulate again as an honest currency. Yet even as the empire's belly filled, the emperor's mind turned frequently to the question of divine favor. Some clergy whispered to him that idol worship might be the cause of God's anger. Certain bishops believed that Christians had begun treating images of Christ and the saints like idols, bowing and burning lamps before them as though they were gods. Emperor Leo could not ignore these words. In the year 726, after a disastrous volcanic eruption threw ash upon both east and west, he decided it was a heavenly warning. He proclaimed an edict against the veneration of images. Overnight, an enormous gilded image of Christ that had adorned the chalk, the main gate of the imperial palace, was covered with a curtain, then later hauled away. In every church of the capital, the priests were ordered to remove or cover their icons, the gentle painted face of Christ on the walls, the shining panels of saints, even the carved wood of the Virgin Mary. All these were to be wiped away. Leo announced that only God,
who made us with his word, could truly be worshipped. Any attempt to capture him in stone or paint was a dangerous idolatry. The Christian churches fell silent in the flickering candlelight, without their accustomed images. The rituals continued, but gone was the familiar sight of holy faces. Some men wept. Monks hid statues of Christ and Mary in secret cupboards, or buried them deep in forests. In the Hippodrome, a team of soldiers removed the grand icon from the chalk gate. Legend has it that those soldiers were struck down by lightning or by the anger of the crowd. Fearing unrest, Emperor Leo made a point of sparing lives. The rebellion that did flare up in Greece around the same time was crushed, and the local bishop was removed. But in Constantinople he ordered no harsh new massacres over the images. The Patriarch of Constantinople, a learned old man named Germanos, resigned in protest. Leo named a more pliant priest, Anastasius, in his place. When news of the edict reached Rome, Pope Gregory II and then Pope Gregory III wrote furious letters. They argued that to destroy holy images was to insult Christ himself. The people of Italy and the West mourned the loss of the familiar icons that had inspired their faith. But for Leo III, the matter was settled. The empire's fate, he believed, lay in obedience to his will. An empire without idolatry would regain divine protection. At first, icon worship continued quietly in the countryside and in distant lands. Syria and Armenia especially cherished their ancient images, but the official church of the capital had spoken. Images were no longer part of the realm's public faith. In June of 741, after decades of tireless work and in sound health, Emperor Leo died peacefully in his bed, the first Byzantine emperor to do so in many years. He had saved the city, rebuilt the frontier, and left a stronger realm to his son. His heir, Constantine V, the 4-year-old who had been crowned co-emperor by Leo in 720 and raised in purple, now took the throne as a young man of 32, with Empress Maria, the Khazar princess Tzitsak turned peaceful Irene by his side. Almost at once, Constantine's reign was challenged from within. His own brother-in-law and brother to Empress Maria, Artabasdos, who governed the Armenic theme in Asia Minor, seized the moment. Artabasdos allied with the Patriarch of Constantinople and proclaimed himself emperor at Hagia Sophia, claiming to restore the veneration of images that his deposed father-in-law had abolished. The capital was briefly split, with Artabasdos controlling Constantinople and Constantine set up in the city of Amorion. For a year, two rival courts maintained truce, each raising armies and praying for victory. Then in 743, Constantine advanced and defeated Artabasdos in battle. By autumn he marched triumphantly back into Constantinople. In the Hippodrome, the blinded eyes of the usurper and his sons were paraded before the crowd. The Patriarch Anastasios was publicly flogged. The voice of the empire was restored. Yet the ordeal changed Constantine's fervor. He saw in his personal victory a sign that God approved of the iconoclastic cause.
As emperor, Constantine V renewed his father's war on images with even greater zeal. In 754, he convened a grand council at Hieria, in the suburbs of Constantinople. Over 300 bishops attended, all hand-picked as supporters of the imperial line. They issued decrees that all holy images and statues must be destroyed, declaring it heretical to honor any painted or carved representation of Christ or the saints. Only the cross and the empty throne were left sacred, symbols of the unseen king. The Council of Hieria upheld that Christ, true God and true man, could not be properly contained in any art form. To depict him was to deny his divine nature. Back in Constantinople, the removal of icons went steadily on. Church walls that had once glowed with color were stripped down to bare plaster. The sacred images of Jesus, Mary, and the saints were smashed or scraped away. In every temple, a giant cross, plain and unadorned, became the sole image of faith. Even this modest figure,
was sometimes enlarged and displayed as a reminder that Christ lived, but in spirit. The political implications of this iconoclastic campaign were vast. For centuries, monasteries and nunneries had grown wealthy and powerful from the donations of pilgrims who came to venerate relics and icons. Now, Constantine V confiscated much of that wealth. He ordered the great monasteries of Byzantium to surrender treasures, and he even required many monks to marry, pairing them off with nuns in a way that destroyed the monastic ideal of celibacy. Whole monastic communities felt persecuted. Some leaders were blinded, exiled to far corners of the empire, or worse. Many monks and nuns fled. Some found refuge in Italy or the Frankish kingdoms, taking with them Greek icons and books. These monasteries abroad became living reminders of the old faith. The emperor's crackdown reached deep into everyday life. Prayers to saints and even the veneration of relics were banned in Constantinople. A mother's crucifix no longer glittered at the bedside of her child. A traveler on the road no longer crossed himself before leaving. Instead, people offered prayers with hands open, looking beyond the heavens. This spiritual emptiness, for many, was devastating. In the countryside, far from imperial soldiers, secret chapels held hidden icons, a carved Madonna buried under floorboards, a fresco of Jesus covered with a painting of a landscape. The conflict tore families apart. An elder who revered the old ways versus a son who trusted the empire's new law. Meanwhile, Constantine V kept the frontiers busy. His removal of icons freed up funds and manpower. He built on his father's theme system by creating new elite armies called the Tugmata, well-trained professional units stationed near Constantinople that were directly loyal to the emperor. With these armies, Constantine campaigned on three major borders. In the east, he took advantage of unrest within the Arab Caliphate, sending Byzantine armies into Syria. He captured cities like Marash in echo of his father's victories and Melitene, and he resettled thousands of Christian families from those lands to Thrace in the Balkans. In 747, he even destroyed the Arab fleet off Cyprus. These raids into enemy territory were bold. For the first time in decades, Byzantium claimed the offensive. In the north, he marched into Bulgaria. He won a long series of battles against the Bulgars, driving back their raids and even defeating them at Anchialis in 763. These victories carried a mixed blessing. They kept the empire's enemies in check, but they also drained the treasury and exhausted the people. By the end of Constantine's reign, the empire had spent much of its wealth on war. In Italy, however, matters were dire. In 751, the Lombard king Astolph seized Ravenna, ending Byzantine rule in northern Italy. Without an army to send, Constantine watched as the popes of Rome became more independent. In the west, a growing resentment of Constantinople's religious policies took root. In 800, not long after Constantine's death, Pope Leo III would crown Charlemagne as Emperor of the Romans, a final snub to Constantinople. The seeds of that schism were planted during the Isaurian era. When Constantine V died on campaign in 775, his son, Leo IV, nicknamed the Khazar after his mother's people, became emperor. Leo IV had been raised as an iconoclast since childhood, but he married an iconodule. His wife was Irene, a noble-born Greek who held sacred images dear. Emperor Leo was only 31 when he took the throne, and he moved cautiously. He faced immediate troubles at home. 5 of his own half-brothers, who had been sons of previous marriages of Constantine V, rebelled to claim the throne. They were quickly crushed, punished by exile and the cutting of hair, a disgrace for royalty. This only made Leo determined to follow in his forefathers' footsteps. But he also recognized how divided his people remained on the matter of icons. Under the cover of conciliation, Leo IV quietly eased some of the harshest measures. He allowed many monks who had been expelled to return to their monasteries. In some churches, he permitted a few select icons to be restored, especially images of the Virgin Mary, much to the delight of the Orthodox faithful. His reputation among the people who loved icons grew so much that he was even nicknamed Friend of the Mother of God. To show goodwill, Leo appointed an iconophile patriarch named Paul on the throne of Constantinople. These acts seemed to promise a thaw in the relentless cold of religious strife, yet Leo's reign was too short to solve the empire's woes. From 777 to 780, the third Abbasid Caliph al-Mahdi led 3 invasions into Anatolia.
Generals like the fierce Michael Lacanodrakan, the very same who had tortured monks under Constantine V, managed to repel these Arab assaults. Leo himself took to the field against the Bulgars, but in 780 he fell ill. The story goes that he died of fever during a campaign, perhaps under the shadow of a mountain or on the banks of a river. His last act was to ensure that his young son would live. On September 8, 780, Leo IV died, leaving his wife Irene as regent for their 9-year-old son Constantine VI. After Leo's death, Empress Irene became the regent empress in all but name, ruling the empire in her son's name. The court buzzed with intrigue. Irene herself had been a champion of icons since her youth. In 787, she called for a council in the city of Nicaea, the site of Constantine the Great's earlier council in 325, to address the pain that iconoclasm had caused. Bishops were summoned from all corners of the empire. At the Second Council of Nicaea, in 787, at the summit of the council hill, the scene turned symbolic. The icons were physically carried back into the churches. The council solemnly declared that veneration of icons was proper and blessed, not idolatry. The ancient practice of praying before the image of Christ or Mary was recognized as a way to honor the prototype, Christ or Mary themselves, rather than the painting itself. For the first time in decades, crosses and icons once again stood side by side over the altars. The memory of these moments must have felt miraculous to many. In Constantinople, the Hagia Sophia and other great basilicas saw icons placed once more on their walls. The faithful celebrated late-night liturgies by the light of candelabra, reflecting off holy images. A generation of Christians who grew up on empty walls now beheld the familiar faces of Christ, his mother, and the saints, painted again in color on shimmering mosaics. In hilly places like Cappadocia or Palestine, secret icon dwellers came out of hiding, grateful that the empire now embraced what they held dear. Yet the shift in power at court was uneven. Constantine VI was declared of age and crowned as co-emperor in 781. Mother and son quarreled over actual authority. At times he pushed his mother aside, at times she returned with support from Armenian soldiers. Those struggles weakened the center. Constantine VI's own missteps alienated the very factions vying for influence. He fought wars against the Bulgars, suffering some reverses which undermined confidence in him. In 797, a coup supported by Irene succeeded. Constantine VI was captured by soldiers of his own mother and blinded as punishment. He died shortly thereafter from his wounds. On August 1, 797, Irene proclaimed herself as the sole Basileus, emperor of the Romans, the first woman to rule the empire in her own right, though she called herself Basilissa, empress in everyday use. Irene's first acts as ruler were a synthesis of her lifelong beliefs and her political needs. She remained a devout supporter of icons. The Second Council's decrees were enforced. Iconoclasm was now officially anathematized. Elsewhere in the empire, the churches re-established the old liturgical celebrations on August 15, Feast of the Dormition of Mary, and January 15, Feast of the Baptism of Christ,
which had been abolished under Leo III. At the same time, Irene sought peace. She negotiated treaties with both the Abbasids and the Bulgars. She shored up the frontiers, sending envoys and gifts to enemies to buy neutrality. Politically, she reached out to her former rivals. She corresponded with Charlemagne and even restored alliance ties, recognizing that the West was no longer the lost province it had once been, but a rising power. In 804, 2 years after her fall, the Pope would even recognize Charlemagne as emperor. But Irene's policy hints were already moving Byzantium toward making peace with the world beyond her walls. But Irene's rule was not smooth. She faced plots, nobles who resented her unprecedented power, and financial strains. The treasury had been emptied by decades of war and palace intrigue. She made harsh cuts and new taxes. The city felt all too aware of these pains. In 802, a new rebel emerged. Nikephoros, the emperor's finance minister, led a coup. On October 31st, 802, Irene was deposed and exiled to an island. The Isaurian dynasty, named for Leo in his line, though born in Syria, he traced his legend to Isauria, had come to an end. The Isaurian rulers had saved Byzantium from collapse. Under their careful reform and bravery at the walls, the empire survived a dark century. Armies were refilled, borders were held, and many reforms, like the theme armies and the Ecloga Code, made the state stronger. They reclaimed a sense of Roman order in a time of chaos. But the great experiment of iconoclasm, the deliberate destruction of holy images, also tore at the heart of Byzantine society and its relationships with the world. The iconoclast emperors sincerely believed they were renewing the church and empire, purging it of idolatry. To them it was an act of faith. To others it was tragic punishment. Centuries later, many would judge iconoclasm as a wounding of the church, one that separated East and West emotionally and spiritually. In the Byzantine East, iconoclasm faded after Irene's counsels, and the love of icons returned as a cherished tradition. But the memory of those barren walls would linger. In the West, the legacy was different. The popes of Rome looked for patronage and protection elsewhere, eventually crowning a new emperor in the person of Charlemagne. Long after these emperors lay sleeping in their mausoleums, Byzantium would remember them as both saviors and agitators. The peace of the flickering candle in a dark chapel, once shadowed by uncertainty, was restored in the end. Yet the long night of iconoclasm had passed through an empire of wise men and warriors, leaving a tale of faith, power, and conviction. Now, in the glow of remembrance, one can imagine the city's lamps being lit again. The solemn procession of clergy holding icons to their hearts, and a gentle ending to an age of strife, all of which lulled Byzantium back to its dream of harmony and continued life. In the year 867, the Byzantine Empire passed from one turbulent era into another, as Basil I, a man of humble origins, seized the imperial throne in Constantinople. He founded what became known as the Macedonian dynasty, named for his native region of Macedonia. Under Basil's rule, the empire began to stabilize after decades of strife. He was a devout Christian and a vigorous ruler. Early in his reign, Basil I dedicated his crown to Christ and worked quietly but steadily to reform the government. He organized and simplified the Roman law into a new code, later called the Basilica, laying a foundation of justice. He also took care to honor the church. He reconciled with the Patriarch of Constantinople, by setting aside the controversial Photius and restoring Patriarch Ignatius, actions welcomed by the Pope in Rome. All this helped heal old divisions and bring unity to the empire's faith. Under Basil's guidance, the empire's administration became more efficient. Provincial themes, military districts, were firmly organized. Local farmers and soldiers, the small landholding stratiotai, were protected, while the power of the great landowning families was kept in check, so that the state would remain strong and not fall under the sway of nobles. In the palace, a quiet army of secretaries and eunuch officials took up their posts. Scribes recorded every law and decree, and ministers, called logothetai, managed the finances, the army, and foreign relations. The emperor himself moved solemnly through gilded halls of the great palace, surrounded by priests who sang hymns and courtiers in richly embroidered garments. Each day began with morning prayers in the chapel and was marked by carefully ordered ceremonies, a slow rhythmic life of duty and devotion that gave the court its unique majesty. Yet amidst this formality, learning was encouraged. Basil I rebuilt old churches and built new ones, notably the Nea Ecclesia in Constantinople, whose walls would be covered with dazzling mosaics. Monks and scholars in city and countryside copied ancient Greek manuscripts. Through these quiet efforts, classical learning and art began to reawaken, the first stirrings of what later came to be called the Macedonian Renaissance. Basil I was also a soldier emperor who looked to secure the empire's borders. To the west and south, he turned his attention to the Mediterranean. He forged an alliance with the Frankish Emperor Louis II and dispatched a large fleet into the Adriatic Sea. In 871, the Byzantines retook the city of Bari from the Muslim Saracens, and by 876, Bari and its region were once again under imperial rule. Byzantine ships patrolled the seas, and the way was opened for greater Byzantine presence in southern Italy, including Calabria. In the east, Basil had to contend with rebellious frontier sects and raiders. His generals crushed the Paulician insurgents in their fortress at Defrice by 872, ending their threat. Although Basil could not save all of Sicily, Syracuse finally fell to an Arab emir in 878. He did bolster the empire's eastern frontier. He built fortresses and highways across the mountains of Asia Minor and led expeditions to keep the Arabs at bay. When Basil I died in 886 after a hunting accident, he left behind an empire more secure and prosperous than when he had found it, its treasury filled, its laws in order, and its people largely at peace. Basil's son and successor was Leo VI the Wise, who reigned from 886 to 912. Leo was celebrated for his learning. He was well read in Greek philosophy, law, and theology, and he ensured that the intellectual revival continued. One of Leo's first acts was to complete the codification of laws that his father had begun. By 892, the Basilica, a collection of 60 books of law in Greek adapting the ancient Justinianic code, was finished under Leo's direction. For centuries thereafter, judges and teachers would refer to this work written in the common tongue to resolve cases and instruct students. During Leo's reign, the palace libraries and monastic scriptoria flourished. Scribes copied old masterpieces of Greek literature, medicine, and mathematics. In the quiet study chambers of Constantinople, monks translated ancient textbooks and charted new works of philosophy. The emperor himself supported this scholarly atmosphere. He had icons and frescoes painted with scenes from the Old Testament and churches decorated with gold and glass mosaics that glinted in candlelight. In one surviving image, Leo appears offering a model of a church to Christ, a symbol of his patronage of architecture and art. Constantinople of Leo's time was filled with illuminated manuscripts, hymnals, and the writings of the early church fathers, all lovingly recopied for future generations. Leo VI also had to guide the empire through war, though with mixed fortune. Early in his reign he found the northern border threatened by Simeon I of Bulgaria. A campaign against Simeon in 894 ended in defeat at the Battle of Bulgaro-Figan, forcing Leo to sue for peace. To secure the north, Leo even hired Magyar mercenaries to harry the Bulgarians. In the end, he paid tribute to Simeon, buying time for the empire. In the south, however, Leo's arms met some success.
In 900, a Byzantine army destroyed the forces of the Emirate of Tarsus and captured its emir, cutting short Arab raids for a time. Leo also reorganized the eastern frontier. He created new themed districts like Lykandos and Leontokome on the advancing edge of Asia Minor, which helped Byzantine troops defend mountain passes against raiders. Nevertheless, Leo's dreams of recovering Sicily went unfulfilled. The island fell step by step. By 902, even the last Byzantine outpost at Taormina was lost. Yet the empire remained more or less secure, and trade flourished again under the protection of imperial garrisons. Leo VI's personal life was complicated by the strict rules of the church. He wished to marry for a fourth time, a scandalous request, so he negotiated carefully with the patriarch. Eventually, the church relented on his behalf, though Leo accepted a long penance. This episode showed that the emperor, despite his power, worked through compromise with church leaders. In fact, Leo built bridges with the church. He endowed monasteries and he issued laws to govern the clergy's behavior. He also reformed the court. For his beloved advisors, he created new titles like Masileopator, father of the emperor. But above all, Leo is remembered for continuing the gentle revival of learning. Under him, Byzantine culture turned again toward its classical roots, even as it built on Christian tradition. When Leo VI died in 912, the throne passed briefly to his brother Alexander, and then to Leo's young son Constantine VII Porphyrogenitus. Constantine reigned officially from 913 to 959, but for much of that time he shared power with regents and co-emperors. Still, he grew up surrounded by books and scholars, and when he finally ruled in his own right, he became a patron of letters as famous as Leo VI. Constantine himself wrote several important works. He composed De Administrando Imperio, a guide written for his son on how to govern the empire and deal with foreign peoples. In it he included chapters on the customs of the Bulgarians, Russians, and other neighbors, invaluable knowledge drawn from both old tradition and new observation. He also wrote De Ceremoniis, a detailed handbook of court ritual and protocol. In those pages, the solemn choreography of the palace comes alive, how the emperor dressed, how ambassadors were greeted, how church processions moved through the streets. Constantine's De Thematibus described each provincial theme of the empire, its cities, forts, and people, giving a snapshot of Byzantine rule from the Danube to the Euphrates. He even oversaw an agricultural encyclopedia, the Geoponica, compiling farmers' wisdom on crops and livestock.
These literary projects show how in Constantine's reign government and culture were intertwined.
The elaborate court life continued with careful decorum. Mornings might begin with a private liturgy, followed by a council meeting in the palace's great hall. Secretaries took down imperial decrees as they were spoken, and messengers scurried out with scrolls addressed to governors in far-flung provinces. Yet many of these halls and chambers were rings of bookshelves, where philosophers and theologians joined the priests discussing ideas after Vespers. The Macedonian emperors of this era were as likely to be attended by a teacher as by a general. Throughout the 10th century, the empire's armies were active as well. Constantine VII's regency partner Romanos I Lekapinos, though not of the Macedonian bloodline, continued the dynasty's policies by strengthening the navy and pushing back against Arab pirates in the Aegean. Later, two remarkable Armenian generals took the throne. Nikephoros Phocas and John the Zimiscus were both brilliant soldiers. Under Nikephoros, the empire captured the island of Crete in 961, ending decades of pirate raids against Byzantine shipping. He then campaigned in northern Syria and Cilicia, retaking territory once lost to Arab emirs. John Zimiscus continued this momentum. In 969, he led the army into Syria and took the great city of Antioch. These conquests secured the eastern frontier and opened fertile lands to Byzantine rule. In the Balkans, both emperors kept peace on the Danube through diplomacy and force when needed. By 976, when the young Basil II became emperor, the empire's borders were stronger than they had been for generations. Basil II stands out as the mightiest of the Macedonian emperors. He is often called the Bulgar Slayer for the campaigns he waged against the First Bulgarian Empire. Early in his rule, he had to put down rebellions by Anatolian generals, cementing his control. Once those were ended, Basil turned his full attention to external enemies. For nearly 20 years he fought Bulgaria. At the Great Battle of Claudion in 1014, Basil's army routed Tsar Samuel of Bulgaria and blinded thousands of captured soldiers. By 1018, Bulgaria was entirely brought under Byzantine rule. Its church made part of Constantinople's Patriarchate. In the Caucasus, Basil's generals campaigned in Armenia and Georgia. Local kings there accepted imperial suzerainty and Byzantine titles. Basil II also negotiated on other fronts. He renewed truces with the Fatimid Caliphate in the south, and in 989 arranged a historic marriage alliance with Kievan Rus. His sister Anna married Prince Vladimir of Kiev, who agreed to be baptized. This alliance brought the Vikings-ruled Slavic state of Kiev into Byzantium's cultural and religious orbit, and set the stage for a new Varangian Guard, Norsemen serving as imperial bodyguards. Through all these wars, Basil ruled at home with tireless energy. He was known for his personal austerity, wearing plain imperial robes and avoiding luxury. He reformed taxation so that peasant farmers would not lose their land to greedy nobles. In effect, he favored the smallholders who made up the backbone of the army. The great aristocratic families lost much of their ability to levy private armies. Instead, Basil built a more centralized military system. When the fighting was done, he found the treasury overflowing with gold. At his death in 1025, the Byzantine Empire was at its largest territory since the time of Justinian. It stretched from southern Italy and Sicily in the west, across Greece and the Balkans, all the way to the Euphrates frontier in the east. Constantinople and the great churches of Hagia Sophia and elsewhere glowed with new mosaics. The patrician class had swelled, learning had never been richer, and Orthodox Christianity was firmly established throughout the land and beyond. One can imagine the calm rhythms of Byzantine life at this peak. In the morning light, the emperor's eagle banner would flutter over the city walls. Merchants prepared their shops in the bustling marketplaces, guarded by imperial soldiery. Scholars in the Senate House or in monastic scriptoriums debated Plato's dialogues or copies of Archimedes' treatises by the light of oil lamps. Afternoon calls to prayer echoed from every church, reminding the faithful of the empire's spiritual unity. Eunuchs and viziers moved silently through the corridors of power,
drafting edicts in Greek on parchment scrolls. Gentle lessons were given by tutors to the emperor's children on the ancient poets, while in the distance the sea carried the faint sounds of a naval squadron drilling off the coast. Religious life remained at the heart of society. The iconoclast controversies of centuries past were now a closed chapter. By this era, images of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints decorated almost every church. The emperors considered themselves God's representatives on earth and held the church in high regard. They convened synods, built monasteries, and endorsed missionary work. The mission of Saints Cyril and Methodius in the 9th century had earlier carried Byzantine Christianity to the Slavs, and now Byzantium nurtured churches in Bulgaria, Serbia, and Russia. As Basil II arranged, Vladimir's conversion in 988 bound the Rus to Orthodox teaching. Throughout the period, patriarchs and bishops served as loyal partners of the state, teaching the people and caring for the poor. Emperors from Basil I onward often ended their official speeches with pleas for Christ's guidance, blending the sacred and the secular.
In law and governance, the Macedonian emperors solidified what they inherited from Rome. The basilica in Greek remained the legal authority. Courts across the empire could point to its passages when judging a case. Constant prose continued as the language of administration, the modern Greek tongue of Constantinople. The bureaucracy was vast but orderly. Departments managed the imperial purse, navy, armies, and public works. The great city of Constantinople itself dazzled travelers. Its hippodrome still hosted chariot races, its forums and avenues bustled with artisans, and its golden domes and marbled halls embodied the empire's glory. From the emperor in his purple chamber to the village priest in a mountain church, the Macedonian emperor's reach touched all lives. By 1025, as Basil II took his final rest, he had bequeathed an empire that was, in its time, the strongest and most cultured in Christendom. The Macedonian Renaissance had transformed Byzantium into a golden age of learning and art. Ancient texts, the works of Aristotle, Euclid, Galen, and others, had been saved by devoted copyists. New commentaries and histories were written in elegant Greek. Monastic schools taught grammar, philosophy, and scripture. Brilliant icons and mosaics adorned every cathedral and chapel, reflecting the morning sun like stars caught in stone. The very stones of Constantinople seemed to hum with the echoes of classical oratory and Christian chanting alike. The dynasty itself would last only a few more decades after Basil II, but its era left a lasting legacy. The system of governance they perfected, the legal code they fashioned, and the cultural heritage they nurtured became the inheritance of later Byzantines. Long after sleep took over the great cities and quiet covered the valleys, the light of that age endured in libraries and churches. Night after night, the gentle story of this age could be told to children, of emperors who loved both the cross and the classics, of wars that defined borders by day, and of mosaics and manuscripts that gave comfort and wisdom by candlelight. Thus the Macedonian Renaissance unfolded, a slow, steady bloom of renewal. It carried Byzantium through 3 centuries of change, ensuring that its legacy of art, faith, and learning would glimmer in history even as the ages moved on. In the quiet dawn of the year 976, a young man named Basil rose to rule the Byzantine Empire. He had grown up in the palaces of Constantinople, born in the purple as a true son of the imperial family. As a boy, he was crowned co-emperor alongside his elder brother Constantine, though others held power for a time. At 18 years old, Basil took up the reins himself. His long reign of nearly 50 years would become the most enduring of any Roman emperor. Under Basil's patient and steady leadership, the empire moved through both turbulent and peaceful seasons like a great ship guided by a sure hand. He sought not to dazzle, but to strengthen the empire in a calm and measured way. Basil's first years on the throne were shadowed by challenges within his own house and army. A powerful chamberlain named Basil Lekapenos, the emperor's great uncle, had run the government since Basil was a child. At the same time, two talented generals from noble families rebelled in turn. First came Bardas Skleros, a seasoned general who claimed the throne after 976. The conflict was long and wearying. Basil did not rush headlong into battle. Instead, he quietly gathered loyal troops and sought help from friends abroad, even sending envoys to distant Kievan Rus. Slowly, Basil's forces marched through Asia Minor. After months of cautious campaigning, the emperor's soldiers defeated Skleros in 979. Peace settled back into the provinces. Just as one threat faded, another arose. In 987, Bardas Phocas, who had once helped Basil against Skleros, raised his banner against the empire. The new revolt tested the empire's patience. Basil remained calm and determined. He mustered his armies and called on foreign warriors, including a regiment of Norse and Russian fighters known as the Varangians, to serve under his banner. Under his guidance, Byzantine troops crept towards Phocas's strongholds with steady discipline. After tense standoffs and small clashes, Phocas's support collapsed. In 989, the rebellion ended. With both Skleros and Phocas defeated, Basil quietly exiled the aging chamberlain, Basil Lekapenos, as well, taking full control of the government himself. By then, the once young emperor stood alone as the undisputed ruler, having secured his throne not with loud fanfare, but with patient resolve. With the home front secure, Basil turned his thoughtful attention to the empire's borders beyond the capital. The eastern provinces of Asia Minor and the Levant had long known periods of violence. Basil approached these challenges with the same steady hand he used at home. He forged alliances with regional rulers, the kings of Armenia and the princes of Georgia, making treaties and sometimes offering military aid so that they would remain friends rather than enemies. On occasion, when aggression threatened his lands, Basil would march his own armies eastward. At the end of the 10th century, armies from the Muslim Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt pushed north into Syria. In response, Basil led a campaign in 999 to 1000, marching across Asia Minor to lift the siege of key cities like Antioch. He met the Fatimid forces with determined tactics, but also with an eye towards negotiation. By the year 1000, he had arranged a new truce, securing the frontier so that peace could return to the southern provinces. In the far northeast, he marched into the lands of the Khazars and brought the Crimea under Byzantine influence around 1016, extending the empire's reach to the Black Sea. Through wars fought and peace treaties made, Basil held the empire's eastern frontiers firmly. Even as battles raged, he made sure ordinary life could continue quietly in the fields and towns behind his lines. Meanwhile, to the west of these campaigns, lay the distant coasts of Italy and the islands of the Mediterranean. Basil granted Venice trading privileges to help protect the Adriatic shores from raiders, reinforcing the empire's control of important sea routes. Throughout these activities, Basil favored practicality over glory. He sometimes rode at dawn to inspect frontier camps or pen letters to governors, reminding them of justice and fair rule. His goal was always a stable empire,
whether on the calm roads of Asia Minor or on the stormy seas of the Mediterranean. Perhaps the most famous chapter of Basil's reign unfolded in the Balkans. For decades, the First Bulgarian Empire had been Byzantium's neighbor and rival. At the start of Basil's rule, the Bulgarians had regained much of their former territory and were led by Tsar Samuel, a determined foe. Basil did not underestimate this challenge. The war with Bulgaria would stretch on for many years, but he approached it with patience and resolve. Beginning around 986, Byzantine armies marched north into the rugged mountains and plains of the Balkans. Year after year, Basil's generals pressed forward slowly. They captured one fortress at a time, tightening the noose around the Bulgarian heartland. Tsar Samuel's forces responded with their own raids into Thrace and Greece, but Basil always had a plan. In some winters, the war paused, allowing farmers and merchants in the region to continue their lives under uneasy truce. When spring came, the conflict would resume in a cautious way. Little by little, Basil extended Byzantine authority further north. The decisive moment came at the Great Battle of Cledion in July 1014. Tsar Samuel had brought an army to face Basil's forces. The emperor's generals quietly maneuvered their men into position on the slopes above the battlefield. When the Bulgarians were surrounded, the fighting grew fierce. In the end, Basil's army prevailed. According to chroniclers of the time, Basil gave a harsh order. Of each 100 Bulgarian prisoners, only one man was left with sight, while the others were blinded, so that only 1 in 100 would lead them home. This severe measure, cruel by any standard, broke the will of the Bulgarian state. Tsar Samuel, weakened by these losses and by illness, died just 2 months later. After Samuel's death, the resistance collapsed. By 1018, Basil had peacefully incorporated all of Bulgaria into the Byzantine Empire. No more sons of Samuel stood on equal footing with emperors. The lands of Macedonia, Thrace, and all the Danube region were now part of Byzantium. Under the lights of Constantinople's great palaces, Basil could at last proclaim the Balkans secure. He took pride in these gains, but returned to the throne chamber and council quietly, leaving the daily work of integration to his governors. The empire's map under Basil was now the largest it had been in centuries, stretching from the Adriatic Sea in the west all the way to the Caucasus Mountains in the east. While Basil II was skilled in war, he also governed with equal diligence. He believed the health of the empire depended not only on armies, but on law and order at home. In the years of peace that followed his victories, Basil strengthened the central government. He took care to check the great landowning families that had grown too powerful. Large estates were limited, and laws were enforced to prevent nobles from seizing more peasant land. This ensured that property remained more evenly distributed under imperial oversight. Land and resources flowed into the treasury, making it possible to pay the soldiers who guarded the frontiers. In matters of finance, Basil was prudent. He oversaw the mints and coinage, maintaining the empire's gold currency as a standard in trade. Around 1010, he even introduced a lighter coin to facilitate everyday purchases, showing his attention to practical needs. He avoided waste. Unlike some emperors, Basil did not order lavish palaces built for his own luxury. Instead, when troubles came, he was ready to fund the army and the walls of besieged cities. In a gentle but firm manner, Basil reformed the tax system so that even remote provinces contributed their share. This stable revenue stream gave merchants confidence and allowed markets to flourish across the empire. Basil's rule also affected church and court.
He had a keen sense of justice and insisted even the clergy followed the law. Monasteries and bishops were encouraged to devote themselves to faith and learning, but they could not amass wealth at the expense of the state. When he felt it necessary, Basil reminded church leaders that charity and worship should never exempt one from honest contribution to the common good. Because of this fair-minded rule, trade and agriculture grew quietly under his reign. Towns in Asia Minor and the Balkans saw new roads repaired and new schools opened with the emperor's blessing.
The fourth episode on the Byzantine Empire is coming soon. Until then, take care. This is episode 4 of the Byzantine Empire series.
Far from the palace, farmers could harvest in peace, and children could study sacred texts in monastery schools. All the while, Basil's ministers recorded every decree in tax in sturdy ledgers, as methodical and reliable as the coins in the imperial coffers. One of Basil's lasting reforms was the establishment of the Varangian Guard. These were warriors from Scandinavia and the Rus lands who served as the emperor's personal guard. They were known for their loyalty, for they were foreigners far from home and bound only to Basil. With them by his side, the emperor felt secure enough to walk among his people and travel through the camps without great fear. These fierce guards would later serve future emperors and become legendary themselves. But it was Basil who gave them a place at the heart of the empire's military structure. Throughout all of this, Basil remained accessible to his people. He insisted that local governors and judges handle disputes justly following the laws he upheld. Displeasure of the public could be voiced, but only within the bounds of the law. In Basil's time, overt rebellion was rare, because people saw that the emperor's court punished corruption and rewarded service. By meeting with envoys and hearing petitions, often at the same plain wooden desk he used for military dispatches, Basil made sure that even the distant provinces felt the presence of the throne. He was not a figure on a distant pedestal, but an emperor who moved through his realm with steady purpose. Beyond laws and armies, Basil II was known for his personal humility and discipline. He lived simply, in both dress and manner. Court chroniclers note that he usually wore a modest dark purple robe, without the glitter of jewels that many emperors favored. When he ate, he often took the same coarse rye bread and thin broth as his soldiers did. This austere lifestyle won him respect among the troops and subjects alike. They saw an emperor who did not distance himself from the hardships of the camp. His dedication extended to caring for those who served him. Basil is said to have taken orphan children of fallen soldiers into his own household. These children grew up in the imperial palace and received education and protection, becoming part of the next generation of loyal Byzantines. To a simple peasant, it meant that the emperor of the Romans was a man who remembered the losses of war in the quietest ways. Such deeds, though not trumpeted with fanfare, built loyalty and a sense of shared destiny across the empire. Basil's faith also guided his rule. A devout Christian, he attended church services with sincerity. Legend holds that he even took a vow of celibacy. He never married or had children, choosing instead to devote his life entirely to the empire. Some whisper that he saw himself as married to the state and to God. This vow meant that on his death in 1025, there was no heir of his own line, but during his life it meant complete focus. He poured his care and energy into Byzantium as if it were his sole family. Even in the winter months when the palace stoves were lit, Basil often wore furs and simple sandals instead of silks. On campaign, he sat the same way as any other officer,
on the ground among his men. His great laugh, recorded by some writers, could be heard echoing in the silent mountain passes as easily as in the grand halls of the palace. In truth, Basil II governed without show. He let his actions, victories and reforms alike, speak for him. When Basil II's long life came to an end in December 1025, the Byzantine Empire was at the height of its power. It was as if the candle of his 50-year reign had burned down to a gentle glow that still warmed the empire. He died in his bed in Constantinople at the age of 67 and was buried simply at the Church of St. John outside the city walls. His passing was not marked by loud mourning. Instead, the people felt a peaceful gratitude. Through Basil's efforts, the northern borders of the empire were quiet for decades, the eastern frontiers were secure, and the treasury was full of gold. For the next generation, Basil's legacy loomed large. The empire he left behind continued to thrive for a time. His brother Constantine VIII succeeded him without bloodshed. The army he trained and the borders he set lasted for years, allowing later emperors to enjoy the peace he had secured. Far away, in Ruslands, his name was remembered as well. By arranging the marriage of his sister Anna to Prince Vladimir of Kiev in 988, Basil had helped bring Christianity and Byzantine culture to the north. The Varangian Guard remained an elite force in Constantinople for centuries. In that way, Basil's reach extended even beyond his own borders, like ripples from a stone dropped in a quiet pond. In Byzantium and Greece, people came to regard Basil II almost as a folk hero. They spoke softly of the Bulgar slayer, not so much for the violence, but for the triumph over a long, threatening war. Children heard stories of the empire's height under Basil, and scholars called his reign the zenith of the Macedonian dynasty. To some of his subjects he was seen as a wise shepherd of the people, to former enemies a conqueror who had brought change. Even today, historians note that no emperor before him had achieved such successes in warfare and governance together.
On a calm night in Constantinople, one might quietly reflect on Basil II's era. Under his rule, the empire's lamps burned steadily, neither flickering with fear nor exploding with uncontrolled flame. It was a time of order and strong institutions, a time when the great ship of Byzantium sailed under one able pilot. As sleep comes, and the empire of the past fades into dreams, the story of Basil II remains a gentle testament to patient strength and careful rule, a peaceful chapter in the long history of Byzantium. Emperor Basil II, the great Macedonian, had shepherded the Byzantine Empire to its height by the time he laid down his purple mantle in late 1025. In the golden light of early winter, the aged emperor breathed his last. His throne passed not to a son, for Basil had none, but to his younger brother, Constantine VIII. The city of Constantinople, resting on its ancient walls and watching the vessels of the Bosphorus drift below, awoke to a new chapter in its long story. Constantine, a man in his late 60s, ascended the throne with quiet resolve. He was a gentle figure who preferred the hush of the palace to the clamor of war. Long overshadowed by his brother Basil's energetic rule, he had little appetite for military campaigns or the rough work of statecraft. Instead,
he found comfort in the familiar pleasures of palace life. Sumptuous banquets lit by candlelight, the soft laughter echoing through pillared halls, and the familiar excitement of the hippodrome's chariot races. His touch on the levers of government was light. Without Basil's stern oversight, the intricate machinery of state began to turn more slowly. For the people of Constantinople, life went on much as before. Shopkeepers opened their stalls at dawn, and children played along the harbor under the cool morning sky. Yet within the marble walls of the great palace, a quiet tension had settled. Constantine had no sons to inherit the throne, and he was already in his late 60s. All eyes turned to his daughters from an earlier marriage, Zoe and Theodora, two older women of imperial blood, and a younger daughter, Eudokia, who had become a nun after child. With no male heir, the emperor knew that his lineage would continue only through these daughters, and whichever husband might be chosen for them. The emperor himself moved slowly as winter turned to spring. His days began with gentle ceremony. By morning, the palace gardens were warmed by small braziers to chase away the chill, and attendants helped Constantine bathe with perfumed oils before the sun touched the horizon. In the stillness of dawn, one might imagine the emperor strolling through orange groves and colonnades, alone with his thoughts. At midday, he perhaps knelt in the palace chapel beneath its gleaming mosaics, praying softly or listening to chanting. In the late afternoon, he might find a quiet seat in the hippodrome to watch the chariot races, smiling gently as his favored horse thundered past. Even in these peaceful moments, Constantine remained mindful of his duty. He knew the question of succession would soon have to be answered. By the time summer came, the choice was clear. Zoe, still in her late 40s and as graceful as ever, became the key to succession. In 1028, Constantine arranged for Zoe to marry Romanos Argyros, a nobleman of the city who had served as its prefect. On their wedding day, Romanos was crowned Emperor Romanos III. Zoe became empress beside him. Theodora, who had long lived in a monastery, did not share the throne, for now Zoe alone guided the empire's fate. Romanos III's early years on the throne were a mix of piety and trouble. He tried to strengthen the realm by favoring the great landowners. Some taxes on aristocratic estates were lowered in hopes of earning their loyalty, but this soon drained the treasury's coffers. To refill them, Romanos spent lavishly on the church, gilding icons, funding new monasteries, and endowing golden altars. By the end of the decade, much of the state's wealth had been given to holy works and charity. Outside the palace, dangers still lurked at the edges of the empire. In 1030, for example, Romanos led a campaign against the emir of Aleppo, but suffered a harsh defeat. This loss served as a reminder that the empire's strength in the field had begun to fade. Amid these troubles, the marriage of Zoe and Romanos grew strained. Romanos became known to prefer the company of a mistress, and often kept the palace doors closed to Zoe. The empress, still vigorous at 50, quietly allied herself with Michael, a charismatic young cousin of Romanos's close friend. By late 1034, Romanos had fallen ill and was found dead in his bath one morning. Whether by chance or conspiracy, his reign had ended abruptly, leaving the throne once again without a strong hand.
Almost at once, Zoe chose another emperor. In late 1034, she married Michael, the very relative who had become her confidant. Michael was proclaimed Michael IV, co-emperor beside Zoe. Theodora remained in her convent at this time. Michael IV was lively and intelligent, but as an outsider he needed guidance. He relied almost entirely on his older brother John, a crafty eunuch who had long served at court. John the Orphanotrophos now effectively ran the day-to-day government, and his ambition soon tested the patience of both nobles and commoners. Michael IV's reign was not peaceful, despite the new regime. John tried to restore the treasury by changing the tax system. Large estates that had once paid in kind, grain, wine, or labor, were now ordered to pay in coin instead. Many provincial farmers, unused to this requirement, found the demand burdensome. Resentment quietly grew in the countryside. In 1040, a leader named Peter Delian rose in revolt among the Bulgars, claiming descent from the old Tsars. He captured cities like Belgrade and Skopje before the rebels were betrayed from within, and the uprising showed how tense conditions had become. Trouble also simmered in the west. General George Maniakis had won glory in Sicily fighting the Muslims, but in 1041 he was recalled to Constantinople amid palace intrigue, weakening the Byzantine hold on Italy. Meanwhile, Michael IV himself was increasingly troubled by his illness. Epilepsy gripped him more each year, and by 1041 he knew he would not long survive. He followed the dynasty's example and retired to a monastery, where he died at ease, with the prayers of monks around him. The young emperor who followed was barely more than a boy. Michael V Calaphates seized power in late 1041. Zoe and Theodora, who might have expected to regain prominence, found themselves set aside. Michael V quickly made a bold move. He had Empress Zoe sent off to a distant convent and kept Theodora under strict guard to silence her. This heavy-handed ruler hoped to erase the old dynasty entirely and rule alone. But in Constantinople, the people remembered Zoe and Theodora as the true heirs of the empire. In the spring of 1042, the populace rose up in revolt, demanding the sisters' return. Faced with the uprising, Michael V abdicated. The sisters were escorted back in triumph from their exile, and once again donned the imperial purple together. Now in April 1042, Zoe and Theodora ruled side by side. By Zoe's side, they soon selected a husband to help govern. She turned to Constantine Monomachos, a wealthy and cultured noble she had long admired from afar. Within weeks, Constantine was recalled from exile and wedded to Zoe. In June 1042 he was crowned emperor, Constantine IX Monomachos. Theodora accepted this new arrangement. For a time, the empire was led by the unusual trio of Zoe, Theodora, and Constantine IX. For a short while, the great palace hummed with calm purpose. The sisters aimed to correct the wrongs of recent years. They banned the outright sale of offices, punished past corruption, and appointed capable officials. The scholar Michael Psellos and other intellectuals came to the court at Constantine's invitation, sitting in lamp-lit chambers to discuss philosophy and science. Theodora, often reserved, contented herself with prayer and advising her sister. Zoe, now in her late 60s, still guided state affairs with steady determination. Outside the capital, however, danger gathered quietly. Constantine IX favored culture and faith, building churches and supporting the arts, but he gave little thought to the legions. In 1043, one of the empire's most celebrated generals, George Maniakis, raised his banner in revolt after feeling dishonored at court. In 1047, another noble, Leo Tornikios, a nephew of Constantine, also rebelled and even marched toward Constantinople with an army, only to withdraw when the city stood firm. Each revolt was quashed, but they marked a worrying trend. Beyond these revolts, the empire's old enemies pressed in. Norman knights from the west began capturing Byzantine lands in southern Italy. Bands of Pecheneг horsemen harassed the Balkan frontiers from the north. Most ominous of all, to the east beyond the Taurus Mountains, the Seljuk Turks were growing stronger each year. The once mighty Byzantine army, worn thin by years of meager support, struggled to meet these challenges. Emperor Constantine IX had indeed built splendid new monasteries and given gifts to his aristocratic friends, but he could spare fewer men and coins for the frontier armies. In the autumn of 1050, the final echo of the Macedonian line faded. Empress Zoe, who had outlived 3 husbands, fell ill and died in Constantinople. She had never borne a child to inherit the throne.
Constantine IX mourned her privately, but the state moved on with Theodora at his side. 4 years later, in 1056, Theodora too passed away. With the sisters gone, the era of the ancient Macedonian dynasty came to its end. These years from 1025 to 1056 were not marked by sweeping epics or great conquests. Instead, they were shaped by subtle currents at court and among the great families. Palace intrigues and rivalries turned wheels in velvet-lit chambers rather than on the battlefield. Each emperor who sat on the throne did so under the watchful eyes of other powerful figures, eunuchs, nobles, and clergy, all of whom influenced decisions quietly. Wealth flowed, often not to armies, but to churches and favored courtiers, and the frontier soldiers felt the strain. By 1056, Constantinople's golden skyline still welcomed each dawn, but the quiet schemes of these years had already set the empire on a new course. For centuries, the Christian church had been the common spiritual home for millions across the Mediterranean and beyond. Yet by the mid-11th century, it had become a world divided in practice, culture, and belief. The Great Schism of 1054 refers to the formal split between the Western Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches. It was not a sudden rupture, but the culmination of centuries of gradual estrangement. In calm and measured tones, this story unfolds slowly and deliberately, tracing the complex background, the key figures involved, and its far-reaching consequences. In the first centuries after Christ, the church was broadly united, even as it already had important centers of leadership. The major patriarchates of Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem served Christian communities from Spain to Syria. When Emperor Constantine I in the early 4th century refounded the city of Byzantium as New Rome, Constantinople, the center of power shifted eastward. Over time, Constantinople grew as a leading center of Christianity, just as the old city of Rome remained a significant center of the Western Church. Language, culture, and even theological style began to diverge between East and West. What were at first subtle differences became more pronounced over time. The Western Church developed under the Latin language and Roman legal traditions, while the Eastern Church spoke Greek and drew on Greek philosophy and Byzantine political models. Each side often thought about faith and church governance in different ways. The decline of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century further separated the two spheres.
In the imperial unity collapsed under pressure from invading tribes, while in the east, the Byzantine Empire remained powerful and maintained a strong alliance between church and state. The Byzantine emperor often presided over church councils and was seen as God's anointed protector of the faith in the east. In contrast, the Western Church began to develop its own political role, as seen in the later papal states, for example, and became less tied to any single earthly power. Gradually, mutual misunderstandings and mistrust began to mount. By the 8th and 9th centuries, certain theological questions deepened the divide. One major issue was the Filioque clause in the Nicene Creed. The creed originally stated that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father. The Western Church had added the Latin word Filioque, and the Son, to clarify that the Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. The Eastern Church objected on two grounds. It had not been consulted about this change, and it believed the addition diminished the distinct persons of the Trinity. To many in the East, this change seemed an unwarranted innovation and a point of great contention. Other religious practices also differed. The Western Latin Church increasingly required its clergy remain celibate, not marry, whereas in the East, married men could become priests, though bishops were usually chosen from among monks. In the Western liturgy, the bread used for the Eucharist was unleavened, flat bread, whereas in the East it was leavened, like normal bread, symbolizing the risen Christ. To many Eastern Christians, the use of unleavened bread by Latins was unusual. Such differences, once minor, became sources of real irritation between the churches. Beyond theology and ritual, political conflicts pushed the churches apart. In 800, for instance, the Pope in Rome crowned Charlemagne as Roman Emperor. The Byzantine Empire in Constantinople saw itself as the true continuation of the Roman state and felt deeply offended by this act. Episodes like this fueled suspicion on both sides. By the 11th century, Western church leaders emphasized the universal authority of the Pope in matters of faith. In contrast, the Eastern Church operated within a Byzantine tradition where the emperor was supreme in worldly affairs and served as protector of the Church. These differences in political structure deepened mutual incomprehension between East and West.
By the time of the Schism, the chief leaders were Pope Leo IX, head of the Roman Church from 1049 to 1054, and Patriarch Michael Koserulerios, head of the Church of Constantinople from 1043 to 1058. Leo IX was a pious reformer, determined to strengthen the authority of the Pope and to enforce clerical discipline in the Western Church. Michael Cerularius was an ambitious patriarch who vigorously defended Eastern customs and the autonomy of his church. Each man believed strongly in the validity of his own tradition and was equally certain that the other's practices were in error. Trouble was brewing in the Byzantine world in the early 1050s. The Normans, who were conquering southern Italy, had begun replacing Greek, Eastern bishops with Latin, Western ones, in lands that had been under Byzantine control. This inflamed passions. In 1053, Patriarch Michael Cerularius took a bold step. He closed all the Latin Rite churches in Constantinople in protest. He accused the Western clergy of diluting the faith with strange customs. For the Western Christians who remained in the city, this meant that they were forbidden to worship in their usual way. In the West, Pope Leo IX and his advisors heard about these actions and reacted forcefully. They saw Eastern measures as a breach of Christian unity. Roman clerics sent letters of protest. Bishop Leo of Ohrid, a subordinate of Cerularius, had written a harsh pamphlet criticizing Western practices, such as the use of unleavened bread and the Western fasting rules. Pope Leo IX replied in 1053, defending Roman customs and insisting on the privileges of the See of Peter, even citing the donation of Constantine,
which was then believed genuine. The exchanges grew more pointed as each side insisted on its rights, laying the groundwork for a bitter dispute. In the spring of 1054, a papal legation arrived in Constantinople, led by Cardinal Humbert of Silva Candida, jointed by two other envoys. Their mission was partly secular. Emperor Constantine IX had asked the Pope for military assistance against the Norman invaders. But the papal legates also had ecclesiastical tasks. They were to negotiate over disputed church practices and to insist that the patriarch respect the Pope's authority. Cardinal Humbert, a strong believer in papal supremacy and a man of forceful personality, wasted no time confronting the patriarch. The discussions in the imperial capital were tense and unfruitful. Patriarch Michael refused to give in on Eastern customs or to acknowledge that his title, Ecumenical Patriarch, was inappropriate. He reportedly argued that if the Emperor of Byzantium was called Augustus, then his bishop might properly bear the title of Patriarch of the Emperors, or Ecumenical Patriarch. Humbert insisted that ultimate authority lay with the successor of St. Peter in Rome. Neither man was willing to compromise, and the talks ended in stalemate. On July 16, 1054, the Saturday before Palm Sunday, Cardinal Humbert took a dramatic step. As the divine liturgy began in the great church of Hagia Sophia, he approached the altar and placed on it a parchment. This was the papal bull of excommunication aimed at Patriarch Michael Cerularius and his followers. Humbert quietly laid down the parchment, gave a small blessing, shook the dust off his feet, and departed the church. The scroll's text declared Michael and his followers cut off from communion with the Western Church. The reaction from the Patriarch was swift. About a week later, Michael Cerularius convened the Council of Greek bishops in Constantinople. There he officially excommunicated Cardinal Humbert and the other papal envoys by name. The Patriarch's decree condemned Humbert as a false monk and declared him accursed. At this point, Pope Leo IX had already died on April 19, 1054, so Humbert's mission had no authority to carry out such a sentence. Michael's decree therefore applied only to the legates personally, and not to the office of the Pope. It is important to note that the events of 1054, though dramatic, did not immediately erect an unbridgeable wall between East and West. Many contemporaries still hoped for reconciliation. Negotiations continued on other matters, especially the shared concern about the advance of the Seljuk Turks in Anatolia. In 1095, for example, Pope Urban II called for a crusade to aid Byzantium against the Turkish threat, implying that the churches had not completely severed ties. Yet the papal bull in Hagia Sophia and the Patriarch's response were a watershed moment. From that point on, Eastern and Western Christianity drifted further apart, rarely meeting in fellowship. In the years after 1054, relations between East and West ebbed and flowed, but trust was hard to rebuild. Many ordinary Christians continued their local worship with little change in daily life, largely unaware of the exact status of church relations. However, the gap grew wider. Over the 12th century, political and cultural conflicts deepened the rift. Western crusading armies passing through Byzantine lands sometimes treated Greeks as untrustworthy allies, and rumors about Western customs fanned old grievances. In 1182, anti-Western riots in Constantinople led to a massacre of Italian Latin residents in the city. Such violence and later reprisals, for example, a Latin attack on Thessalonica in 1185, further increased mutual hostility. The most dramatic blow to any hope of reunion came in 1204. During the Fourth Crusade,
Western crusaders unexpectedly diverted from the Holy Land and sacked Constantinople itself. The city and its churches were looted, and many treasures were lost. A Latin Catholic empire was proclaimed in Constantinople, and a Latin patriarch was installed to replace the Eastern patriarch. Orthodox Christians were forced to accept the authority of Latin clergy, and the Byzantine Empire was divided among various crusader rulers. This event left the Eastern Christians deeply embittered and made reunion nearly impossible. These political tragedies only reinforced the original religious split. In the 13th and 15th centuries, councils in the West made further attempts to heal the breach. The Council of Lyon in 1274 and the Council of Ferrara-Florence in 1439 negotiated agreements of reunion with the Byzantine emperors. In each case, the Pope negotiated terms that the emperors and some Greek bishops accepted on paper, hoping for Western military aid against the Ottoman Turks. But most clergy and lay people in the East rejected these unions, viewing them as betrayals of Orthodox tradition. For the Byzantine Empire, the schism had dire consequences. By the late Middle Ages, the empire could no longer count on meaningful help from Western Europe, even in times of crisis. Over the next centuries, without Western aid and weakened by the Crusades and internal strife, the empire gradually lost territory and finally fell to the Ottoman Turks in 1453. In cultural terms, however, the Eastern Empire continued its own distinct Orthodox Christian life. The Orthodox Church endured under Ottoman rule, maintaining its traditions, even as the political unity of the old empire was lost. Across Christianity more broadly, the Great Schism cemented the existence of two distinct traditions. Western Europe developed into the Roman Catholic Church under the leadership of successive popes and a centralized hierarchy. Eastern Christianity evolved into the Eastern Orthodox Communion, with national churches in Greece, Russia, Bulgaria, and elsewhere, each led by its own patriarch. The two communions came to see each other as sister churches that had fallen into error. Each side generally maintained that it alone preserved the fullness of the Christian faith. In later centuries, some hope for dialogue gradually arose. In the 20th century, leaders like Pope Paul VI and Patriarch Athenagoras I sought gestures of healing. In 1965, they jointly revoked the ancient mutual excommunications of 1054, acknowledging the shared faith of Catholics and Orthodox, even as important differences remained. More recently, theological dialogues and joint statements have recognized each other's sacraments and saints, even if full unity has not been restored. The shadow of 1054 has gradually lifted enough that by the 21st century, relations between East and West are marked more by conversation than by outright hostility. Christian pilgrims and scholars travel between Rome and Constantinople, now Istanbul, with respect for their shared heritage. The deep estrangement that had once been symbolized by opposing bulls of excommunication has, in gentle ways, lessened. In meditation on this ancient schism, one sees how decades of small disagreements and mutual suspicion can accumulate into a great divide. Yet even after centuries, devoted believers on both sides continue to pray for unity. The story of 1054 is thus told calmly and factually, as a lesson in history and humility. Together, one may reflect on how time and dialogue continue to bridge what anger once divided. By the mid-11th century, the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire had enjoyed centuries of splendor, yet signs of strain were visible. Far to the west, the great armies that once roamed Anatolia had not mustered in strength for many years. In Constantinople, the imperial palace was still rich and grand, but its rulers had grown complacent. When Emperor Basil II died in 1025, his disciplined forces began to fray. Empires are steady when borders are guarded, and the barriers to Anatolia, the high mountains, rivers, and long garrisoned fortresses, were thinning. Under later emperors such as Constantine IX and Constantine X, Large standing armies were disbanded, leaving the frontiers guarded mainly by local peasants and hastily raised levies. Generals warned that the state of an army can be seen by how it treats its citadels and peasants. In the decades after Basil's death, Byzantine imperial attention shifted elsewhere, to court politics, tax struggles, and conflict with the Normans in Italy. The great tagmatic regiments had shrunk. Imperial coinage was poured into mercenaries rather than veteran soldiers. In Anatolia, shadowy reports came of scattered Turkish bands crossing the frontier, taking isolated castles or raiding villages. In one shattering moment in the 1060s, even Caesarea, a principal city in Cappadocia, fell to one such raid. These losses jarred the West Romans, Byzantines, from apathy. At the imperial court, there was a sense of foreboding. Wise elders whispered that the empire's bulwarks were slowly rusting. The great tagmata of Asia had dwindled to mere skeletons. Supplies were scarce, war horses few. When a promising general named Romanos Diogenes married the Empress Eudokia and became emperor in 1068, he found himself facing a grave inheritance. The frontier was in a pitiful state, as one contemporary wrote later. Across the sea in Italy, the Normans were pressing against Byzantine possessions there. Only the hard truth remained. Byzantium was stretched thin, and danger gathered quietly along its eastern horizon. Romanos IV was a soldier, born to a military family in Cappadocia. Tall and well-built, he had carved his reputation fighting the empire's enemies on the edges of the map. When Eudokia Macrembolitissa, the widow of the late Emperor Constantine X, vowed not to remarry, she was only making a promise until necessity forced her hand. Catastrophe in Anatolia brought her to Romanos when the Turkish commander Afshin stormed and sacked Caesarea. It became clear that only a seasoned general could save what remained. In early 1068, the empress agreed to wed Romanos and crown him Basileus, emperor. The people accepted this choice for the moment, though in secret, not all were pleased. Romanos understood his role at once. He swore that he would protect the young Ducas princes of the former dynasty, and he pledged to face the enemies who had crept across the eastern borders. Under his rule, the court's gold was poured back into recruiting and repairing the army. The old imperial fortunes were split between paying troops and building up the navy in the west. At first, his campaigns met with modest success. He recaptured a few fortresses and even scored a victory against a Turkish incursion in 1069. But these gains were patchwork, and the looming threat of a full-scale invasion by the Seljuk Turks remained. Across Anatolia's hills, the great Seljuk Empire was expanding steadily. In Persia and Iraq, they built cities. In Syria and the Levant, they conquered lands once under Christian or Arab rule. By the early 1070s, Sultan Alp Arslan had united the Seljuk realm and was proving a determined and skillful leader. He faced his own problems in the south, especially the Fatimid Caliphate, so he preferred to keep a wary peace with Constantinople for the moment.
The Seljuks were Turks from the steppes, fierce riders and archers who practiced the old steppe warfare. Unlike the disciplined Roman legions or their successor heavy cavalry, these warriors fought from horseback with hit-and-run tactics. As Romanos ascended the throne, that enemy was pressing closer to home. Small bands had taken villages and farms earlier. A long siege had forced the fall of the city of Ani, 1064. By 1070, the Seljuks were active around the border forts. The Byzantine frontier in Anatolia was restless and dangerous. Despite the growing pressure, Alp Arslan at first made no immediate strike. In 1069, a truce had been agreed with Romanos, and it held, but only momentarily. Both sides knew it was a temporary breath. Romanos needed time to gather troops and prepare. Alp Arslan was focused on his Syrian campaigns against the Fatimids. This alignment of interests allowed a brief lull in hostilities.
Romanos planned to use that pause to his advantage. He realized that to secure Byzantium's future, he had to deal with the Turkish problem once and for all. In the spring of 1071, having dealt with the Normans as best he could, he even paid off some Norman mercenaries and sent others home. Romanos looked east. He sent envoys to Alp Arslan ostensibly to renew the 1069 truce. The Sultan, pleased to concentrate on Egypt and Syria, agreed, but the peace was a ruse. Unaware of Alp Arslan's true intentions, or perhaps counting on underestimating them, Romanos assembled a large army and marched into Armenia in June 1071. His goal was to quickly recover the scattered border forts around Lake Van before the Sultan could respond. Roughly 40,000 men followed him, imperial guards, provincial levies, and units from Asia and Europe. Mixed among them rode Armenian archers, Bulgarian footmen, Georgians, and even a few Western knights, led by a Norman named Roussel. Altogether, they carried the emperor's standard. The journey was arduous. The long baggage train carried luxuries and supplies for many months, making the pace slow. Along the way, local populations could do little but watch and hope for protection. At night, the campfires flickered beneath distant peaks. Romanos would sometimes consult with his generals around the glow. The army finally reached Sebastia, near modern Savas, and then passed through Theodosiopolis, Erzurum, by June's end. Some commanders advised making camp there and waiting for the Turks. Others urged immediate pursuit. The emperor, proud and determined, chose to continue. He was eager perhaps to deal a decisive blow that would restore his empire's security. After a rest at the city of Kinus, Romanos moved out. The soldiers harvested wood for spears by the Kokasu stream. He believed that Alp Arslan's main army was far to the south near Aleppo, and that the fortress of Manzikert was lightly held. In truth, the Sultan had moved swiftly once news came of the Byzantine advance. By late August, Alp Arslan's own force of cavalry, perhaps 30,000 strong, including allies from Aleppo and Mosul, had drawn close to Lake Van and into the hills that overlooked the plain where Manzikert sat. Scout reports knew Romanos's every move, but he did not realize how near the enemy had crept. As the emperor neared Manzikert, he split his forces. General Joseph Tarchoniotes took roughly half the army, including the Varangian Guard and a mixed column of Frankish and Pecheneг mercenaries, to secure the fortress of Kliat, nearby. Romanos himself marched with the rest toward Manzikert, modern-day Malazgirt, a fortified town not far from the lake. This division was risky. According to later historians, Tarchoniotes' detachment may have been routed or simply dissolved when it met the real Seljuk army. In any case, Romanos' own host was now smaller and more exposed. On the morning of August 23rd, 1071, Emperor Romanos entered Manzikert itself. The town's walls and fortresses opened before him without a fight. Seljuk garrisons had fled or disbanded. Romanos, with his banners unfurled, took possession of the town. His troops looted the camp. For a moment, they celebrated, believing the worst was over. But already, the air was filling with the whinny of distant horses and the sharp cry of Turkic warchiefs. Scouts and foraging parties from the Byzantines had begun to encounter skirmishes beyond the city walls. By nightfall of that day, Romanos knew that the enemy was nearby, in force. In the cool dusk, he met his commanders. The very next morning, on August 24th, he formed his army on the open plain outside Manzikert. The sun was high, and the stubble fields of late summer were golden beneath the sky. Romanos arrayed his men for battle. Theodore Aliates, commanding the right wing, Nikephoros Bryennios, the left, and the emperor himself holding the center. Behind them, in the rear and reserve,
marched Andronikos Doukas, a nobleman from the family that had once ruled the empire. Andronikos had been an uneasy presence ever since joining the army. Some suspected that old court rivalries smoldered in his mind. Opposing them, the Seljuks held the ground in a broad crescent formation. Horse archers swarmed in long rows, wearing helmets of lambskin and armor of laminate, their bows strung and arrows poised. At dawn's first light, on August 25th, arrows began to fly. The sound was like rain on tin as the Seljuk cavalry danced forward, peppering the Byzantines.
Romanos and his men pressed on, hardening their shield wall against the hail of arrows. The Byzantines launched a charge toward the Seljuk center. The fighting was fierce and confusing. By mid-afternoon, Romanos' cavalry managed to break through and capture the Seljuk camp. They took slaves and treasure from the tents, pulling down the enemy's standards. For a moment, Romanos thought victory was at hand.
But outside the camp, the archers of Alp Arslan had simply fallen back, drawing the Byzantines deeper into the trap. Romanos sent more squadrons forward, but each was met with a retreating column that looked as if it fled, then wheeled suddenly to fire arrows at point-blank range. The Byzantine line strained to hold. Under constant attack, both wings began to stretch thin. On the left, Bryennios's men fought doggedly, but many were cut down or driven back. On the right, Aleatis' troops fared similarly. Romanos shouted encouragement and signals, but the step tactics of the Turks, feigned retreats and swift assaults from unexpected angles, sapped his forces. As the afternoon waned, Romanos realized the danger of keeping them out in the field overnight. He gave the signal to disengage and fall back in good order before darkness. This moment proved tragic for the Byzantines. As the sun sank, confusion set in. On the right flank, Aleatis did not hear the order to retreat and continued to advance until he was surrounded by Turks. In the center, when Romanos gave word to start withdrawing, Andronikos Doukas at the rear did not move to cover the withdrawal. Instead, he suddenly spurred his horse and fled toward the Byzantine camp. Whether he meant to abandon the field outright or simply misunderstood, his action left the emperor's troops exposed. By nightfall, the Byzantine army lay in disarray. Hearing the horn orders, one by one the soldiers began to pull back. Murmurs spread among them. Had the emperor given up? Some said they had been betrayed by the Armenians or by the Turkic auxiliaries who knew the secret signs of retreat. With discipline crumbling, the Seljuks smelled victory. Before dawn on August 26th, the light-skinned plains were filled with the clatter of horses and cries as the Seljuk cavalry swept in on the unsuspecting Byzantines. The Byzantine right wing under Aleatis was cut to pieces. The left wing under Bryennios was eventually driven back through the dust and shattered. The emperor himself, with some of his bodyguard, the famed Varangian guards among them, held the center. Romanos rode at their head, urging calm and pulling back into a tight circle formation, but the enemy was closing in. Arrow shafts spat out spells of death. Romanos felt one slender shaft strike his side. The pain was sharp, but he remained in the saddle. All around him, the doomed remnants of the imperial army fought valiantly. Fierce Armenian foot soldiers at the emperor's side fought to the last. According to some accounts, Romanos promised them great rewards for their loyalty, but numbers were against them. By mid-morning, the circle had been breached.
Albanian and Varangian guardsmen dropped their axes or swords only when pressed from behind. Slowly the center collapsed. In the chaos, Romanos himself was unhorsed, some say by a fall, others say by an arrow, and wounded. He was surrounded by Seljuk horsemen. There was no more organized Byzantine resistance. On the open hilltop, the proud army of the East Romans was broken. By nightfall on August 26, most Byzantine soldiers had fled into the night. Only a few stragglers would later make it back to friendly lines. In a half-light clearing, Romanos IV found himself brought before Alp Arslan. The Sultan had not expected to see the emperor in such a state, dust and bloodied from head to foot. First, Arslan hesitated, not sure that this ragged man could really be the emperor of the Romans. Once identity was confirmed, the protocol of victory was clear. According to custom, an emperor taken captive was to kiss the victor's boot, a symbolic gesture of submission. If any man could have stripped away Romanos's dignity, this would have. Yet after that formal gesture, something remarkable happened. The Sultan of the Seljuks treated Romanos with respect. For a week, Romanos was a guest of Alp Arslan. He was allowed to share meals with the Sultan and his court, better food than prison fare. His captor ensured his wounds were tended. Arslan even repeated the peace terms he had previously offered. Romanos could keep his title and most of the empire if he ceded a few frontier fortresses and agreed to pay an annual tribute of gold. He asked, for example, that the cities of Antioch, Edessa, Hierapolis, and Manzikert themselves be delivered to Seljuk control. The terms were harsh, but Romanos had little choice. He agreed to them, promising to fulfill them once he returned home. Before releasing him, Alp Arslan gave Romanos valuable gifts: silken cloaks, horses, a large escort of chosen emirs to accompany him. In parting, he even prepared a marriage alliance, a promised union between Romanos's daughter and one of the Sultan's sons. Once he had Romanos safely on the road home, Alp Arslan turned back to his own lands, satisfied that the great Byzantine threat had been disarmed for now. When Romanos returned to Constantinople, he came as a man both honored and broken. The gifts he carried made people's eyes widen, but the silence fell quickly. The city's mood was uneasy. Word had arrived earlier, even before the emperor got home, that his army had been defeated. When news of the terms leaked, panic rippled through the capital.
Andronikos Doukas, who had fled during the battle, arrived first in the city with alarming stories. He claimed Romanos had been killed and the empire in ruins. He led a faction of courtiers who had long despised the emperor. Seizing the moment, they proclaimed Michael, the young son of Constantine X, and a child of Romanos's late predecessor, as the new emperor. In November of 1071, Romanos IV was deposed in his absence. Michael VII Doukas, still in his teens, was declared Basileus, king, in Romanos' stead. Romanos did not give up. As soon as he returned from captivity, he began to gather troops loyal to him. The loyal Varangians and a handful of commanders, such as Bryennios, formed a small but determined army in Asia Minor. That same autumn, he marched south into Cilicia to confront the Dukai, Michael's family, who had been entrusted with the throne. There, near the castle of Dokeia, he faced them in battle. Despite fighting to reclaim the empire he had won so dearly, Romanos' cause faltered. At a crucial moment, the Dukai forces betrayed the truce they had offered. Romanos was captured, again. But this time, the Sultan was no longer there to protect him. He had fallen into the hands of his domestic enemies. In cruel fashion, Romanos was blinded, a common Byzantine punishment for deposed emperors, and sent into exile on an island in the Sea of Marmara. Just days later, he succumbed to infection from the blinding wounds and died. His story ended poorly for a man who had once ruled and bled for an empire. Meanwhile, the Byzantine army was shattered by this chain of events.
The veteran commanders who had fought at Manzikert were now scattered. Some fled to secure holdings in the west. Others swore loyalty to the new regime. But no one was fully in control of the eastern frontier. The army that might have stood against the Turks was embroiled in civil war. To the east, the Seljuks noted this change, like hawks scenting blood. The disaster at Manzikert did not immediately crumble the Byzantine Empire. Historians now believe the immediate losses were not as great as old tales suggest, but its effects were profound and enduring. In the short term, the lords of Anatolia had no strong force behind them. The frontier was left largely unguarded. Turkic raiders and migrating tribes began to trickle through the passes and across the lakeshore, pillaging and settling. In 1072, a year after Manzikert, Alp Arslan was assassinated by a renegade. His successor, Malik Shah, hardly noticed the distant ways of Anatolia. It fell to local Turkoman Ghazi fighters to fill the vacuum. In the years that followed, wave after wave of Turks moved into the void. One of Alp Arslan's former lieutenants, Suleiman, set up a new Turkish kingdom in northwestern Anatolia, centering on Nicaea, Iznik, within sight of Constantinople, by about 1077. Soldiers of fortune poured in, building villages and towns of Turkish culture over the Greek provinces. Episode 5 is on the way. See you soon. Welcome to episode 5 of the Byzantine Empire series. Let's continue the story. The forests where shepherds once walked now echoed with the neighing of Seljuk cavalry. Greeks and Armenians living there found new rulers and new ways of life. In Constantinople and other Greek lands, leaders grappled with this transformation. Taxes in newly Turkish lands vanished, cutting the empire's income. The need to levy mercenaries and hire Frankish knights grew. Soon, under Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, from 1081 onward, Byzantium would turn west for aid. By 1095, Alexios would ask the Pope and Western kings for military help, a plea that itself sparked the First Crusade. That crusade was as much about helping Byzantium recover Asia Minor as it was about Jerusalem. Looking back, medieval writers and later historians often call Manzikert the beginning of the end for the Byzantine Empire's rule in Asia. This sounds dramatic, but it reflects a deep truth. In that calm summer long ago, things changed irrevocably. A once mighty army was broken, its emperor deposed, its eastern provinces left exposed. Empires are not felled by one battle alone. Rather, the Battle of Manzikert was a great crack in the empire's foundations. Over the centuries that followed, Anatolia, the rich heartland of Byzantium, was lost piece by piece. The skyline around Cappadocia and Phrygia grew steadily Muslim and Turkish. Orthodox churches became mosques, and the Greek-speaking farmers gradually became subjects of sultans and beys. Back in the old capital, each new emperor would look nervously east at less and less land to defend. And yet, from our quiet vantage, we can think of that day in 1071 not in terms of horror, but of a slow fading. The fields around Manzikert saw the steady turn of the seasons before and after the battle. Once, the dawn chorus of birds and the hum of insects would have filled those grasslands. On the 26th, August, arrows cut through a summer breeze. But by nightfall, the plains lay mostly silent again, once the soldiers fled. Over time, even the memory of the imperial armies faded from these pastures. In this gentle light of history, Manzikert stands as a turning point. The Eastern Roman Empire, for 7 centuries a bulwark of Eastern Christendom, had begun to change. Yet it survived in weakened form for centuries more. The Eastern emperors would find new vigor under the Komnenoi and later the Paleologoi, but Anatolia would remain a different world. As we reflect on these events in the calm of evening, we see the tapestry of history folded in two.
In one panel lies the old Byzantine Anatolia, with its hardy villages, towns of red tile, and silent fortress ruins. In the other panel, the future Turkey, with its new churches and scholars, grew out of that silence. The Battle of Manzikert was the seam between them. No single night could undo an empire, but under the quiet stars, Manzikert quietly ended one chapter and began another.
In the late 11th century, the Byzantine Empire stood at its nadir. Decades of civil war and costly defeats had shrunk its borders and drained its coffers. By 1081, Anatolia had largely fallen under Turkish control, and the Normans threatened the western shores of the empire. Into this troubled moment came a general named Alexios Comnenus, who was crowned emperor of Constantinople. The Komnenian dynasty he founded then set to work on a determined restoration of the empire's fortunes. This era is often called the Komnenian Restoration. Over more than 100 years, the emperors Alexios I, John II, and Manuel I rebuilt the military forces, reformed the finances, and reclaimed lost territory bit by bit. They strove to revive trade and agriculture in the empire's heartlands, even as new crises arrived. Crusader armies passed through Byzantine lands, uneasy alliances were forged with Western powers, and restless neighbors prowled the borders. Through it all, the Komnenoi guided the empire, stitching its provinces back together and stabilizing Byzantium for a new age. When Alexios Comnenus came to power in 1081, he inherited an empire beset on all sides. The Normans, under Duke Robert Guiscard, had invaded from Italy, capturing Durazzo and marching on Thessalonica. Alexios rode out to meet them, but at the Battle of Dyrrhachium, his army was routed and the emperor himself wounded. Luck turned when Duke Robert died in 1085. The Norman advance then stalled and ultimately collapsed. However, the dangers to Byzantium were far from over. In 1090, a vast horde of Pecheneg horsemen crossed the Danube into Thrace, threatening Constantinople. With few troops at hand, Alexios made an alliance with the Cumans, another nomadic people, bribing them to join the Byzantine army. On April 29, 1091, the allied Byzantine Cuman force caught the Pechenegs by surprise at Levounion and utterly routed them. The Pecheneg menace was ended for good by that decisive victory. With its borders now more secure, Alexios turned inward to rebuild the shattered state. He tapped church treasures and heavily taxed the great landowners to refill the empty treasury. In 1092, he introduced a new gold coin, the hyperpirin, to stabilize the currency and halt inflation. He also resumed levying soldiers and began granting troops land in return for military service, recreating the old theme system in a new form. John II succeeded his father on the throne in 1118 and earned the nickname the Good. He was just and pious, and he never blinded or killed a rival during his long reign. John joined his armies in the field and proved as determined as his father had been. Facing enemies on all sides, he first fought nomadic invaders in the Balkans. In 1122, he led the imperial army to victory at Beroia, Union, where Byzantine troops and their Cuman allies crushed the last great Pecheneg horde. He also fought off Hungarian and Serbian attacks in the region, rebuilding fortresses along the Danube and driving the invaders back. These victories secured the Balkan frontier and earned John respect even from Western allies. With the Balkans secure, John turned to the east. He led repeated campaigns into Anatolia, capturing fortress after fortress from the Turks. Among his gains was the ancestral Comnenian land around Kastamonu. Year by year, he pushed deeper into Asia Minor, taking strongholds and freeing towns. Each new frontier was then fortified. He built citadels at Lopadion, Acurius, and Laodicea to guard the approaches. These efforts allowed agriculture and trade to return behind the Byzantine lines, bringing war-torn provinces back to life and reviving local prosperity. Toward the end of his reign, John made a final push into Syria. He recovered the Cilician coast and forced the Prince of Antioch to recognize Byzantine overlordship. But just as he prepared to march on Antioch itself, fate intervened. In 1143, the emperor slipped while hunting and suffered a poison wound. John II died a few days later. Though his final campaign was cut short, his steady efforts had already achieved much. He left his son Manuel a stronger empire, with large parts of Anatolia and the Balkans under firm Byzantine control. Manuel I Komnenos was still a teenager when he became emperor in 1143. He was charismatic and energetic, with a love of Western culture and courtly display. Manuel dreamed of restoring the Roman Empire's ancient glory, and he built alliances accordingly. He treated the passing armies of the Second Crusade, 1147 through 1149, as honored guests, and arranged dynastic marriages that linked Byzantium to Western kingdoms. Through diplomacy and strategic marriages, he extended Byzantine influence over Antioch and Jerusalem, reinforcing the Orthodox presence in the Holy Land and stretching his empire's reach to the corners of Christendom. On the battlefield, Manuel campaigned widely. In 1147, the Normans of Sicily attacked and seized the island of Corfu, but Manuel recruited a Venetian fleet and recovered it by 1149. Undeterred, Manuel turned north, and in 1167 won the great battle of Sirmium against the Hungarians, annexing Dalmatia, Croatia, and Bosnia into the empire. By the late 1160s, his influence extended from the Adriatic Sea to the Black Sea, making Byzantium the dominant power in the Balkans. In Anatolia, Manuel continued the struggle against the Seljuk Turks. His most famous clash came in 1176 at Myriokephalon, where the Byzantine army was ambushed in a mountain pass near the Seljuk capital. The defeat shattered Manuel's hope of conquering the interior of Asia Minor, though much of his army managed to escape intact. After that, Manuel fortified the rich coastal and river lands he already held, and even managed to secure occasional tribute from some Turkish rulers to keep the peace. When he died in 1180, the empire still controlled most of Asia Minor's fertile plains and much of the Western Balkans. His reign left Byzantium powerful and wealthy, even as fresh threats loomed on the horizon. Manuel's death in 1180 ushered in a turbulent new chapter. His young son, Alexios II, became emperor, but real power fell to regents. In 1183, Manuel's cousin Andronikos seized the throne by force, and 2 years later, Andronikos himself was overthrown and killed, ending the Komnenos dynasty. By that time, the results of a century of restoration were clear. Byzantium still held more lands and enjoyed more stability than it had in 1081. The professional army and functioning government built by the Komnenoi endured, helping the empire weather the next challenges. Though darker days lay ahead, the Komnenian emperors had woven a love renewal that kept the Roman world alive for generations to come. In the year 1185, the Byzantine Empire stood at a crossroads between its proud past and an uncertain future. Constantinople, the golden capital, had known decades of relative stability under the Komnenos dynasty, but now its smooth rhythm was broken by turmoil. The aging Emperor Andronikos I, Komnenos, faced rebellion within the city. Bands of disgruntled aristocrats and commoners rose up against his harsh rule. Rumors spread that he had ordered the execution of even his own kin, and had turned the capital's streets into scenes of fear. One morning in September 1185, the situation came to a head. A great crowd of citizens gathered at Hagia Sophia and declared Andronikos deposed. The gentle sunlight of early autumn fell on a city in shock. Before many eyes, the once feared emperor was dragged from his palace, beaten by the mob, and at last killed. The Komnenian era had ended in violence at the very door of the cathedral. In the sudden stillness that followed, a new leader emerged.
Isaac II Angelos, a middle-aged nobleman of the great Angelus family, was proclaimed emperor by the shouts of the populace. The name Angelos was not unfamiliar to Constantinople, but Isaac belonged to a line that traced its claim to the throne through a female branch of the imperial family.
He appeared in the great square outside the cathedral, crowned with the purple mantle of Rome, an unlikely savior in the eyes of the silent crowd. In that moment, as bells tolled softly across the city, Isaac stood at the prow of history. He was no Komnenos, but he inherited the empire's legacy all the same. Emperor Isaac II's first challenge was to ward off a dangerous enemy before it reached the walls of Constantinople. In the spring of 1185, a massive army and fleet from the Norman kingdom of Sicily had sailed east to conquer Byzantine lands. Sicily's King William II, seeing the empire weakened by internal strife, launched a bold invasion. His forces swept through the western Balkan provinces, taking one fortress after another. The city of Thessalonica, Byzantium's second city, was stormed and suffered ruin and sack. Isaiah's predecessor, Andronikos, had been paralyzed, unable to organize a proper defense, and the Normans advanced unchecked. When Isaac came to power, the Norman threat still loomed just 200 miles from the capital. But under Isaac's rule, the situation changed. He rallied the loyal soldiers of the empire, and in the summer of 1185, he sent his best general, Alexios Branas, north to confront the invaders. Branas met the Norman army near the town of Demetritzes. In a fierce battle, the Byzantine forces claimed a significant victory. The Normans, taken by surprise, lost their discipline and morale. Isaac's troops pressed the advantage and destroyed much of the invading army. The Norman survivors fled back towards the sea, and Isaac II was credited with repelling the threat that had loomed so large. For a brief time, Constantinople felt relief. Even as the Normans were beaten back, other clouds gathered on the horizon. To the north, a rebellion had broken out in the lands of the old Bulgarian Empire. The brothers Peter and Asen had proclaimed Bulgaria's independence from Byzantium in 1185, and their new kingdom began to carve out territory from the fading frontier regions. In the winter of 1186, Isaac II personally led a campaign into the Balkans to crush the revolt. But the campaign met with disappointment. In the forested passes, the Byzantine army was ambushed in a style that recalled the empire's ancient defeats. Instead of a great triumph, Isaac's army suffered a hard-fought draw and many losses. The Bulgarian rebels slipped away, and by the end of that year, the Bulgarians held much of the Balkan interior. Meanwhile, events in the east pulled attention away from Byzantium's troubles. In 1187, the Muslim forces of Saladin captured Jerusalem, shocking Europe and inspiring a new wave of crusading fervor. Pope Gregory VIII called for the Third Crusade in 1189. He appeared in the great square outside the cathedral, crowned with the purple mantle of Rome, an unlikely savior in the eyes of the silent crowd. In that moment, as bells tolled softly across the city, Isaac stood at the prow of history. He was no Komnenos, but he inherited the empire's legacy all the same. Emperor Isaac II's first challenge was to ward off a dangerous enemy before it reached the walls of Constantinople. In the spring of 1185, a massive army and fleet from the Norman kingdom of Sicily had sailed east to conquer Byzantine lands. Sicily's King William II, seeing the empire weakened by internal strife, launched a bold invasion. His forces swept through the western Balkan provinces, taking one fortress after another. The city of Thessalonica, Byzantium's second city, was stormed and suffered ruin and sack. Isaiah's predecessor, Andronicus, had been paralyzed, unable to organize a proper defense, and the Normans advanced unchecked. When Isaac came to power, the Norman threat still loomed just 200 miles from the capital. But under Isaac's rule, the situation changed. He rallied the loyal soldiers of the empire, and in the summer of 1185 he sent his best general, Alexios Branas, north to confront the invaders. Branas met the Norman army near the town of Demetritzes. In a fierce battle, the Byzantine forces claimed a significant victory. The Normans, taken by surprise, lost their discipline and morale. Isaac's troops pressed the advantage and destroyed much of the invading army. The Norman survivors fled back towards the sea, and Isaac II was credited with repelling the threat that had loomed so large. For a brief time, Constantinople felt relief. Even as the Normans were beaten back, other clouds gathered on the horizon. To the north, a rebellion had broken out in the lands of the old Bulgarian Empire. The brothers Peter and Asen had proclaimed Bulgaria's independence from Byzantium in 1185, and their new kingdom began to carve out territory from the fading frontier regions. In the winter of 1186, Isaac II personally led a campaign into the Balkans to crush the revolt, but the campaign met with disappointment. In the forested passes, the Byzantine army was ambushed, in a style that recalled the empire's ancient defeats. Instead of a great triumph, Isaac's army suffered a hard-fought draw and many losses. The Bulgarian rebels slipped away, and by the end of that year the Bulgarians held much of the Balkan interior. Meanwhile, events in the east pulled attention away from Byzantium's troubles. In 1187, the Muslim forces of Saladin captured Jerusalem, shocking Europe and inspiring a new wave of crusading fervor. He summoned treasure. The empire's holy relics were melted, precious gems were gathered, and taxes on the people rose sharply. He expected war in the west to be over with the death of Emperor Henry VI of Germany in 1197, and he paid tribute to buy peace. Back in Constantinople, however, life under Alexios III was unsettled. The palace walls were gilded, but beyond them the empire's guard was weakened. Many frontier forts lay abandoned, and the once mighty Byzantine navy had been allowed to rust in its harbor. Alexios III spent lavishly on festivals and favored courtiers, seemingly content to enjoy the summer's ease, while legends of the Turkish advance haunted the eastern provinces. In the capital, the Varangian Guard kept order for a time, but their numbers slowly dwindled as the treasuries emptied. Inevitably, unrest rippled through the land. In the eyes of many, the empire had lost its way. It was rich and citified, but weak at its core. As the 1190s turned into 1200, another storm gathered on the horizon. In Rome, Pope Innocent III prepared a new call for crusade. The aim was again Jerusalem and the Holy Land, but events would divert its course.
By 1202, a large army of knights and commoners had assembled in Venice, ready to sail for the east. The Grand Crusade was ill-provisioned for the journey. The Venetians, led by the elderly Doge Enrico Dandolo, demanded an enormous sum for passage of the fleet. The Crusaders had far less money than promised. To pay their debt, the Crusaders reluctantly agreed to attack the Christian city of Zara in Dalmatia on behalf of Venice. In November 1202, this shocking siege took place, Christian against Christian, under the banner of the cross. Meanwhile, in the spring of 1203, another opportunity presented itself to the Crusaders. Word reached them of Alexios IV Angelos, son of the deposed Isaac II, living in exile in Europe. Alexios IV was still young and full of ambition. He hatched a plan with the Crusaders' leaders. If the Crusaders would help him overthrow his uncle Alexios III and restore his father on the throne, he would pay their debts in gold and provide soldiers for their campaign to Egypt. He even promised to place the Orthodox Church of Constantinople under the Pope's authority. These promises were music to the Crusaders' ears, for they urgently needed both money and reinforcement. By the summer of 1203, the great fleet of the Fourth Crusade changed course from Egypt to Constantinople. Over 600 ships and tens of thousands of Crusaders and Venetians sailed into the eastern Mediterranean. On 8 July 1203, they arrived before the Golden Horn, the harbor of Constantinople. Emperor Alexios III, caught unprepared, realized too late that his own nephew and the Crusader army had teamed up against him.
He fled in secret,
slipping out of the city into Thrace under cover of night. As dawn broke, the Byzantines of Constantinople awoke to the sight of foreign sails on the horizon and crowds of armed crusaders on their ramparts. In the confusion, Isaac II Angelos was brought out of the dark prison cell where he had languished since 1195. Though nearly blind, he was again proclaimed emperor by the citizens and the papal legate. But the Crusaders would not accept a blind ruler. They insisted that Alexios IV share the throne with his father. On 1 August 1203, father and son were crowned together in Hagia Sophia. So ended Alexios III's rule, and began a strange co-emperorship under Isaac II and Alexios IV. Yet peace did not follow. The presence of tens of thousands of armed crusaders in Constantinople changed everything. Alexios IV was weak, but determined to keep his promise. He set out to raise the wealth he had offered. He looted treasures from churches, confiscated property of suspected enemies, and demanded harsh new taxes across the empire. People of Constantinople grew weary. The city's markets were filled with foreign coin, but many hated the foreigners who demanded it. By winter, resentment boiled over. In the streets of the capital, local citizens turned on Venetian merchants and Italian sailors, attacking them in mobs. In turn, the Crusaders felt betrayed. They had not yet received the gold and troops they were owed. In January 1204, the tension broke. A palace coup placed Alexios Ducas Mourzouflis on the throne as Emperor Alexios V. That night, Isaac II and Alexios IV were arrested. Isaac died soon after, some say of grief or perhaps poison, and Alexios IV was strangled in prison. The throne now belonged to Alexios V Ducas. This new ruler was not bound by his cousin's promises. When the Crusaders demanded payment and safe passage home, Alexios V closed the city's harbors against them. Enraged and feeling cheated, the Crusaders prepared for a final showdown. In April 1204, they raised their standards and besieged Constantinople once more. The walls had been recently repaired, but the defenders were demoralized and poorly led. Byzantine troops had dwindled during all the turmoil. Some guards slipped away, unwilling to fight for a troubled regime.
On the 12th of April, 1204, the Crusaders managed to breach the walls at a broken tower. The sight of Crusader knights flooding into the city was like a grim dawn. Over the next 2 days, the rebels ransacked the glorious capital. The great libraries, churches, and palaces of Byzantium were plundered, burned, and smashed. Mosques and Christian shrines alike were violated as the armies of the West poured into the new Rome. When the dust settled, the centuries-old Byzantine Empire had been shattered. The last Angelos emperor was deposed, and in his place the Crusaders crowned their own leader, Baldwin of Flanders, as emperor of a new Latin empire.
Byzantine courtiers and nobles fled in all directions, some to the mountains of Nicaea or Epirus, determined to carry on their heritage. But the Constantinople of the Komnenoi and Angeloi was no more. The soft twilight had fallen on the empire's last chapter, and a new dawn, a Latin rule, was about to begin. In those years from 1185 to 1204, one can trace the slow unraveling of an empire from within. Betrayal of brothers, tax revolts, coups in the palace, and the unwilling entanglement with crusading armies. The palace gates that once swung open to welcome princes now slammed shut against a generation of emperors. Walls that guarded the city were undermanned. When foreign shields menacingly loomed, Byzantium's own struggles allowed them entry. As the nights fell silent over the wreck of Constantinople, its quiet streets remembered the speeches, parades, and hopes of an empire that lasted for centuries. The grand city lay empty of its last proud banners, but the lessons of those troubled decades lived on in the lands beyond. And so the story of Byzantium's twilight came to rest, like a gentle final note in a long, venerable symphony of history. The year was 1204. Constantinople, the ancient heart of the Eastern Roman Empire, had already endured centuries of war, siege, and betrayal. Yet nothing had prepared its people for the calamity that would come, not from Muslims, nor Persians, nor Slavs, but from fellow Christians. The events that led to the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade were not born of ideology alone, but of ambition, intrigue, and desperation. To understand the tragedy, one must return to the late 12th century, when the call for a new crusade echoed through the Latin West. Pope Innocent III, ascending to the papacy in 1198, sought to renew Christian zeal after the failures and disappointments of the previous crusades. His goal was to recover Jerusalem, which had fallen to Saladin in 1187, and to reassert papal leadership over Christendom. He preached a new expedition, what would become known as the Fourth Crusade. Yet this crusade would not unfold as intended. From the beginning, its logistics were flawed. The Crusaders needed ships to carry their armies across the Mediterranean. For this, they turned to the Republic of Venice, a maritime power with vast experience in trade and transport. The Doge of Venice, Enrico Dandolo, an elderly and blind but shrewd leader, offered to provide ships for a fee that far exceeded what the Crusaders could ultimately pay. By 1202, the Crusader host had assembled in Venice, but they were short on funds. Facing financial ruin, the Venetians proposed an alternative. In exchange for delayed payment, the Crusaders would help them capture the city of Zara, modern-day Zadar, a Christian city under the protection of the King of Hungary. The siege of Zara shocked Christendom. Crusaders, attacking fellow Christians, violated the very premise of their holy mission. The Pope excommunicated the entire force, though this was later rescinded. Meanwhile, events in the Byzantine world would steer the crusade further off course. In Constantinople, dynastic instability had once again left the empire vulnerable. The legitimate emperor Isaac II Angelos had been deposed and blinded by his brother, who now ruled as Alexios III. Isaac's son, Alexios IV, fled to the west and arrived in the Crusader camp with a bold offer. If the Crusaders would help him reclaim his father's throne, he would provide them with immense financial rewards, military support, and the submission of the Eastern Church to Rome. To many, it was an irresistible bargain. In 1203, the Crusader fleet set sail, not for Egypt, not for the Levant, but for Constantinople itself. They arrived before the massive walls of the city, a symbol of endurance and resistance for nearly a millennium. The citizens of Constantinople were stunned. These were Christian warriors under the banner of the cross, yet they demanded the deposition of their emperor. After a brief siege and naval assault, the Crusaders managed to force Alexios III to flee. Isaac II was restored, and Alexios IV crowned co-emperor. But the alliance quickly soured. The promised rewards were slow in coming. The Byzantine treasury was not bottomless, and resentment brewed among the populace, who saw the Crusaders as foreign occupiers. Tensions escalated, riots erupted, mistrust deepened, the fragile arrangement crumbled. In early 1204, Alexios IV was overthrown and killed by a court official named Alexios Ducas, who declared himself emperor as Alexios V. He rejected all Crusader demands. The Latins, already encamped outside the city and desperate for compensation, saw no option but conquest. What followed was one of the darkest chapters in medieval history. In April 1204, the Crusaders launched a full assault on Constantinople. The city's defenders were overwhelmed. The mighty walls, long considered impenetrable, were breached. The sack of Constantinople lasted 3 days. Churches, monasteries, and homes were looted. The Hagia Sophia, the crown jewel of Christendom, was desecrated. Soldiers drank from sacred chalices, shattered icons, and tore silken veils from altars. Gold, silver, and relics of saints were carted away. Fires consumed entire districts. The violence spared few. Nobles, monks, and commoners alike were killed or violated. Nuns were raped. Treasures amassed over centuries vanished into the hands of the West. Venetians, unlike the Frankish Crusaders, targeted specific relics and artworks, transporting them back to Venice. Ancient manuscripts, icons, mosaics, the very soul of Byzantine heritage, were scattered, sold, or destroyed. After the conquest, the Latin Empire of Constantinople was established, with Baldwin of Flanders crowned emperor. But this new state was weak, resented by the local population, and surrounded by hostile successor states formed by fleeing Byzantine nobles, Nicaea, Epirus, and Trebizond. These enclaves would carry the Byzantine legacy forward. The events of 1204 did not just mark the fall of a city, they marked a shattering of a civilization. The schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches, already strained by theological and political disputes, now became irreparable. The betrayal of Constantinople by fellow Christians would be remembered with bitterness for centuries. And though the Byzantines would eventually reclaim their city in 1261 under Michael VIII Palaeologus, the empire that returned was but a shadow of its former self, impoverished, depopulated, and diminished in prestige. The sack of 1204 had permanently weakened Byzantium, making its eventual conquest by the Ottomans in 1453 a question of when, not if. For those who lived through it, the fall of Constantinople in 1204 was not a single event, but a slow, unfolding disaster.
It was a lesson in unintended consequences, where ambition and opportunism eclipsed piety, and where fellow Christians turned on each other in pursuit of wealth and power. The dream of a united Christendom died on the shores of the Golden Horn, amid flames and ash. The empire survived in name, but its soul had been violated. The fall of Constantinople to the Crusaders in 1204 was not merely a military defeat. It was a civilizational rupture. The centuries-old heart of Eastern Christendom was carved up by foreign occupiers, and the once mighty Byzantine Empire was scattered into fragmented states. In place of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Latin Empire of Constantinople was proclaimed, an artificial creation born of conquest and compromise. Unable to fully grasp the magnitude of the realm it now claimed to rule, Baldwin of Flanders, a prominent figure of the Fourth Crusade, was crowned as the first Latin emperor in the Hagia Sophia, amid the ruins left by the sack. Though the ceremony aimed to legitimize the new regime, it was a far cry from the majesty of Byzantine coronations. The Latin Empire, centered in Constantinople, was quickly surrounded by challenges. It was under-resourced, understaffed, and resented by the local Orthodox population, who saw the Latins not as liberators, but as foreign usurpers. To consolidate their control, the Latins divided the lands of the former empire among themselves. Venice, the chief financier of the crusade, took prized possessions including key ports, islands, and commercial privileges. Other crusader lords received fiefs carved out of Thrace, Macedonia, and Greece. Feudal customs from the west were imposed over Byzantine administrative traditions, creating discontent and confusion. The Latin Empire was structurally weak from the start. Resistance quickly formed. From the ashes of the fallen empire rose several Byzantine successor states. Chief among them were the Empire of Nicaea in western Asia Minor, the Despotate of Epirus in northwestern Greece, and the Empire of Trebizond on the Black Sea coast. These were not mere regional principalities. They were heirs to the Byzantine legacy, led by members of the old aristocracy who claimed continuity with the empire that had fallen. The Empire of Nicaea, under the leadership of Theodore I Lascaris, emerged as the most formidable of these entities. Located in a defensible region with economic resources, Nicaea became the primary center of Byzantine resistance. The Lascaris dynasty organized a functioning administration, retained orthodox ecclesiastical structures, and preserved many imperial traditions. Constantinople may have been lost, but the empire lived on in exile. Meanwhile, the Latin Empire faced immediate threats. Bulgarian Tsar Kalayan, who had been rejected as an ally by the Crusaders, took the opportunity to wage war. In 1205, at the Battle of Adrianople, Baldwin I was captured and later died in Bulgarian captivity. The loss of their emperor was a severe blow to the Latins. Though his brother, Henry of Flanders, succeeded him and proved a capable ruler, the empire remained fragile. Religious tensions only worsened the situation. The imposition of Latin clergy upon an Orthodox populace deepened resentment. Attempts by the papacy to enforce union between the churches failed. The Orthodox Christians in former Byzantine lands remained loyal to their traditions and spiritual leaders, many of whom found sanctuary in Nicaea. Over the following decades, the Latin Empire was beset by instability. Its borders shrank under pressure from Epirus, Bulgaria, and Nicaea. Constantinople itself, though still a magnificent city, suffered from depopulation and economic decline. The Venetian merchants grew wealthier through their dominance of trade, but the local population struggled. The grandeur of the imperial capital had faded. Nicaea, on the other hand, thrived. Under John III Ducas Vatatzes, with 1222-1254, the empire in exile expanded its territory, improved its economy, and became a center of cultural and intellectual life. John III fostered alliances, reformed taxation,
and supported agriculture and the church. He became widely respected, even by Western observers, as a wise and just ruler.
After John's death, his successors continued the push toward reclaiming Constantinople. In 1259, Michael VIII Palaiologos emerged as a dominant figure. A seasoned politician and military leader, he defeated the Latin-aligned forces at the Battle of Pelagonia, weakening Latin influence in the region. He then turned his attention to Constantinople itself. By 1261, the Latin Empire was a shadow of its former self. Its territories had been reduced to little more than the city of Constantinople and a few outposts. Morale was low, and finances were depleted. That year, an unexpected opportunity arose. A small Nicene force under the general Alexios Strategopoulos was conducting reconnaissance near the city. Learning that the Latin garrison and fleet were absent on campaign, Strategopoulos made a bold decision. In the early morning hours of July 25, 1261, the Nicene troops entered the city through a secret passage. Meeting minimal resistance, they quickly secured key positions. The Latin Emperor Baldwin II fled, abandoning the city. Michael VIII entered Constantinople days later and was crowned in the Hagia Sophia, restoring the Byzantine Empire under the Palaiologos dynasty. The restoration was hailed as a triumph, but the Constantinople that Michael reclaimed was not the imperial jewel it had once been. The city was economically crippled, its population thinned, its infrastructure neglected. The treasury was empty, and much of its former territory remained in foreign hands. The task ahead was immense. Nevertheless, the symbolic weight of the restoration was profound. After 57 years of exile, the Byzantines had returned to their capital. The Latin Empire, created in the fires of conquest, had vanished. But the scars of 1204 would not easily heal. The unity of Eastern Christendom had been shattered. Trust in the West was deeply broken, and the Byzantine Empire, though reborn, would never again reach the heights of its former glory. This period of exile and recovery revealed the resilience of Byzantine identity. Even without their capital, the Byzantines preserved their institutions, culture, and faith. In Nicaea, they sustained the idea of empire, not merely as a realm, but as a sacred mission. And when the gates of Constantinople reopened, it was not just a city that was reclaimed, but a legacy. Yet the challenges were far from over. The restored empire would face new threats, both internal and external, and the long shadow of decline would continue to loom. But for a moment, at least, the flame of Byzantium flickered back to life. The recapture of Constantinople in 1261 by Michael VIII Palaiologos marked a critical turning point in Byzantine history. After more than half a century of Latin occupation, the ancient city once again found itself under the control of a Byzantine emperor.
Yet, while the symbolic act of restoration rekindled imperial pride, the reality that awaited Michael VIII was one of immense challenge. The empire had returned to its capital, but its foundations were weakened, its resources depleted, and its enemies many. Michael VIII was not born into the purple. He was a skilled general and politician from a noble family with connections to former dynasties. But he took the throne through opportunism and ambition. After securing victory at Pelagonia in 1259, he had maneuvered his way into power as co-emperor with the child John IV Lascaris. When Constantinople was retaken, Michael had himself crowned as sole emperor in the Hagia Sophia, and shortly thereafter he had John IV blinded and imprisoned. It was a ruthless act, one that cast a long shadow over his legitimacy, particularly among staunch Lascarid loyalists. Nonetheless, Michael VIII threw himself into the task of rebuilding the empire. The Constantinople he inherited was a ghost of its former glory. The population had dwindled dramatically under Latin rule. Churches and palaces had been looted, and vital infrastructure lay in ruins. Michael initiated reconstruction projects, repopulated the city, and worked to reestablish the administrative apparatus. He also sought to reclaim lost territories, focusing especially on the Balkans and Western Asia Minor, though resources and manpower were limited. Diplomacy became a cornerstone of Michael's reign. He faced threats on all sides, from the Latin states in Greece, from Charles of Anjou in the west, from the Bulgarians in the north, and from the advancing Turks in Anatolia. To secure his western flank, Michael pursued ecclesiastical union with the Roman Catholic Church, hoping to stave off invasion by appealing to the Pope. This union, formally declared at the Second Council of Lyons in 1274, proved deeply unpopular at home. The Orthodox clergy and laity viewed it as a betrayal, a submission to the very powers that had sacked the city in 1204. Michael's policy of union led to widespread dissent. Monks, bishops, and even members of the imperial family opposed the union, leading to internal unrest. The emperor responded with persecution of anti-unionists, imprisoning or exiling dissenting clergy. While this policy secured temporary papal support and frustrated Charles of Anjou's plans to invade, it did lasting damage to Michael's reputation within Byzantium. Meanwhile, the situation in Asia Minor continued to deteriorate.
Despite these setbacks, Michael VIII left behind an empire that, on paper at least, was larger than the one he had inherited. He had restored Constantinople, regained parts of Greece, and delayed the final collapse. But the methods he used, brutal internal suppression, unpopular religious concessions, and overextension, left a fragile state. Upon Michael's death in 1282, the throne passed to his son, Andronikos II, Palaiologos. Unlike his father, Andronikos was a deeply pious man who immediately repudiated the union with Rome. This action won him favor among the clergy but alienated the West, once again exposing the empire to Latin hostility. His reign was long, but it saw the empire's fortunes continue to decline. Andronikos II attempted reforms, especially in the fiscal and military spheres, but these often fell short. He drastically reduced the size of the professional army and navy to cut costs, relying instead on mercenaries. This proved disastrous, particularly as Turkish raids in Asia Minor grew more frequent. The empire's hold over Anatolia weakened year by year, and several key cities were lost. The emperor also faced a growing aristocracy that acted with increasing autonomy. Landed magnates in both Europe and Asia accrued wealth and power, often undermining central authority. In a bid to secure control, Andronikos elevated his son Michael IX as co-emperor, but the two frequently disagreed on policy. The final decades of the period were marred by civil war. A bitter succession dispute erupted between Andronikos II and his grandson, Andronikos III. The conflict divided the empire, devastated the countryside, and drained the treasury. After a prolonged struggle, Andronikos III emerged victorious in 1328, deposing his grandfather and taking sole control. By the end of the Palaiologos restoration period, the Byzantine Empire had once again secured its capital and maintained a semblance of imperial structure, but its power was diminished, its economy fragile, and its territories fractured. The restoration had revived the empire in name, but not in substance. The Palaiologoi had achieved what many thought impossible, the reclamation of Constantinople. Yet the effort to sustain this achievement proved beyond their reach. Byzantium, in this era,
was a state defined more by survival than by strength. It held on to its past even as the future slipped away, clinging to tradition in the face of relentless change. The reign of Andronicos III, Palaiologos, began in 1328 amid the ruins of civil war. Though young and energetic, the empire he inherited was one of faltering strength and dwindling prospects. The decades ahead would see the Byzantine Empire enter. Andronicos III attempted to reverse the empire's misfortunes through military and administrative reform. He sought to re-establish imperial authority over rebellious territories and revive the economy. His close advisor and eventual successor, John Cantacuzenos, played a central role in these efforts. The military was reorganized, new officials were appointed, and attempts were made to bolster the state's finances through taxation and restructuring. Some territories in Greece were recovered, and the Aegean Islands were defended with modest success, but these were limited victories in an era of mounting crises. In Anatolia, the situation continued to worsen. The patchwork of Turkish beyliks that had emerged in the vacuum left by the Seljuks now included one particularly aggressive polity, the Ottomans, centered in Bithynia. Their leader, Orhan, succeeded his father Osman and pursued a strategy of steady, calculated expansion. In 1326, they captured Bursa, which became their capital and base for further operations into Byzantine territory. Andronicos III died in 1341, and his death triggered another disastrous civil war. The regency for his young son, John V Palaiologos, was contested by the powerful and ambitious John VI Cantacuzenos. For 6 long years, the empire was torn between two rival courts, each aligning with external powers. Cantacuzenos sought Ottoman military support, while his enemies turned to the Serbs and Bulgarians. In 1347, Cantacuzenos entered Constantinople and assumed control, but at great cost. In exchange for Ottoman assistance, he had granted them new footholds in Europe. During this period, the Ottomans crossed the Dardanelles and established a presence in Thrace. The European mainland, which had long been a bastion of Byzantine defense, was now vulnerable. Meanwhile, the Black Death swept across the empire in the late 1340s, further weakening the population and economy. Entire towns were depopulated, trade slowed to a crawl, and food shortages grew more common. Religious and political fragmentation further eroded unity. Hesychasm, a mystical tradition within the Orthodox Church, became the focus of intense debate, symbolizing deeper divisions between different factions within Byzantine society. The empire's intellectual life continued, but it often did so in the shadow of political paralysis and theological disputes. In the Balkans, the Serbian Empire under Stefan Dušan reached its peak in the 1340s. Dušan proclaimed himself emperor of the Serbs and Greeks and invaded Byzantine territories, capturing large swaths of Macedonia and Thessaly. Constantinople remained in imperial hands, but much of the empire's former heartland was now under foreign rule. John V eventually ousted Cantacuzenos in 1354, but by then the Ottomans had already secured Gallipoli, their first major base in Europe. From this strategic point they launched further campaigns, taking towns and fortresses in Thrace and slowly surrounding Constantinople. Byzantine emperors, increasingly unable to resist militarily, turned to diplomacy and appeals for Western aid. In 1369, John V traveled to Rome and converted to Catholicism in a desperate bid to gain support. The move angered many of his subjects and produced little in the way of tangible aid. The empire became a vassal to the Ottomans at various points, paying tribute and acknowledging Ottoman suzerainty in order to preserve a modicum of autonomy. The late 14th century saw further setbacks. Thessaloniki fell to the Ottomans in 1387. Bayezid I, the Ottoman Sultan,
defeated a Crusader army at Nicopolis in 1396, reinforcing the perception that the West could not be relied upon to save Byzantium. The empire's dependence on Ottoman favor deepened, and emperors now ruled little more than Constantinople and its immediate surroundings. A temporary respite came with the catastrophic defeat of Bayezid at the hands of Timur at the Battle of Ankara in 1402. The resulting Ottoman interregnum allowed the Byzantines to breathe. Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos used the opportunity to rebuild fortifications, negotiate with rival Ottoman princes, and embark on a diplomatic tour of Western Europe. But the recovery was short-lived. Once Mehmed I restored Ottoman unity, pressure on the Byzantines resumed. The 15th century brought a final series of desperate measures. Emperor John VIII Palaiologos again sought Western aid by attending the Council of Florence in 1439. There, another union between the Catholic and Orthodox churches was proclaimed, but like the earlier union of Lyons, it was widely rejected by the Byzantine populace. The cultural and theological gap between East and West remained vast. Meanwhile, the Ottomans were preparing for their final strike. Under Sultan Murad II, and later his son Mehmed II, they methodically surrounded Constantinople. The Byzantines, now reduced to little more than a symbolic state, made one last effort to defend the capital. In 1453, Mehmed the Conqueror laid siege to the city. Despite brave resistance and the aid of a few hundred Genoese and Venetian soldiers, the outcome was inevitable.
On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos died in battle, the last Roman emperor to rule from the city that had once stood as the heart of an empire stretching across 3 continents. The walls were breached, the Hagia Sophia converted into a mosque, and the city became the new Ottoman capital.
The Byzantine Empire, which had endured for over a millennium, came to an end. Yet its legacy persisted, in theology, in art, in architecture, and in the cultural memory of Eastern Christendom. Its collapse was slow, not sudden. It faded not with a single blow, but with a long unraveling, shaped by civil wars, external pressures, and changing worlds. What remained after 1453 was not merely the ruins of a fallen city, but the remnants of an idea, of empire as a spiritual mission, of continuity with Rome, of a civilization that had weathered the storms of history longer than any other. The twilight of Byzantium was long and mournful, but in its silence lay echoes of former grandeur, still resonating across the centuries. By the mid-15th century, the Byzantine Empire existed in name more than in power. What was once a vast realm stretching across continents had withered into little more than the city of Constantinople and a few scattered territories in the Morea and the Aegean. The once mighty imperial court clung to traditions and ceremonies, even as its walls enclosed a hollowed, weary capital. Outside those ancient walls, a rising power loomed, the Ottoman Turks, led by a young and determined sultan, Mehmed II. The lead-up to the final siege was shaped by decades of Ottoman expansion and Byzantine weakness. The empire had survived numerous threats over the centuries: Persians, Arabs, Crusaders. But by the 1400s, it was a relic surrounded by formidable neighbors. The Ottomans had captured Adrianople in the 1360s and steadily advanced into the Balkans and Asia Minor. Constantinople, isolated and impoverished, found itself surrounded. Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos, the last Byzantine emperor, ascended the throne in 1449. He was a capable and courageous ruler, but he inherited a city in terminal decline. The population had dwindled, the treasury was empty, and the once proud Byzantine army had been reduced to a small, ill-equipped force. Constantine appealed to Western Europe for aid, renewing the plea for church union between Rome and Constantinople
in hopes of military support. While the Union was proclaimed in 1439, it was deeply unpopular among the Orthodox clergy and laity, and did little to bring tangible help. In the West, the Catholic kingdoms were embroiled in their own struggles, and enthusiasm for another crusade was limited. Only a few hundred volunteers arrived, the most notable being the Genoese commander Giovanni Giustiniani, who brought a small but well-trained contingent to help defend the city. Meanwhile, Sultan Mehmed II, only 21 years old, was preparing his forces. A man of vision and ambition, he saw the conquest of Constantinople not only as a strategic goal, but as a fulfillment of destiny.
In early 1453, he amassed a vast army, estimates range from 60,000 to over 100,000 men, and brought massive cannons including the legendary Basilica, a huge bombard capable of bringing down even the strongest walls.
On April 6, 1453, the siege began. Constantinople's defenders numbered perhaps 7,000, including foreigners and civilians pressed into service. They faced overwhelming odds. The city's land walls, built by Theodosius II over 1,000 years earlier, had withstood many attacks, but they were aging. The sea walls were less fortified, and the defenders lacked sufficient men to guard every stretch. The Ottomans encamped outside the city, bombarding the walls day and night. Mehmed ordered constant attacks, testing for weaknesses. His fleet attempted to blockade the city from the sea, but the Byzantines used a massive chain stretched across the Golden Horn to prevent Ottoman ships from entering. In a bold maneuver, Mehmed had ships hauled overland on greased logs to bypass the chain, shocking the defenders. Inside the city, morale was strained. The population prayed in Hagia Sophia, joined in processions, and clung to the hope of divine intervention or Western rescue. Constantine XI remained resolute, overseeing defenses and encouraging his troops. He refused to abandon the city, declaring that he would live and die with his people. The final assault came in the early hours of May 29, 1453. After weeks of bombardment, the walls had been breached in places. Mehmed launched a three-phase attack. The first waves were repelled, but the defenders were exhausted. In the chaos, Giustiniani was wounded and evacuated, causing confusion. Ottoman troops exploited the opening, scaling the walls and entering the city. Constantine XI, true to his word, fought on the front lines. Accounts differ, but he is believed to have died in battle, refusing to flee. As Ottoman forces poured into the city, looting and violence followed. Mehmed had promised his troops 3 days of plunder, and while he later intervened to restore order, the damage was done. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. After more than 1,100 years, the Eastern Roman Empire ceased to exist. Hagia Sophia was converted into a mosque, and Mehmed II entered the city in triumph, proclaiming it the new capital of the Ottoman Empire. For the Christian world, the loss was profound. The fall reverberated through Europe, seen as a cataclysmic event. Some hoped it would galvanize a new crusade, but such dreams faded. The Renaissance, already underway, absorbed the shock, and Greek scholars fleeing the city helped spread classical knowledge westward. For the Ottomans, the conquest confirmed their ascendancy. Mehmed II styled himself not just as a Muslim ruler, but as the heir to the Caesars, embracing the legacy of Constantinople. The city would rise again, not as Byzantium, but as Istanbul, a center of Islamic culture and imperial power. In the quiet aftermath, the great churches lay silent, their domes echoing with new prayers. The city, though scarred and transformed, remained alive. The Byzantine Empire was gone, but its memory endured, in art, in theology, in the architecture that still stood. Its final chapter had closed, but its story would continue to shape the world for centuries to come. That was the final episode of the series. Thank you for watching.
That was the final episode of the series. Thank you for watching.